There is no place I'd rather be than right here next to you. And I truly love to talk about your lovers, old and new. You never spare me details as you confide in me. I smile and give advice, but cannot tell you how I feel. How easy it would be to fall for you, but that of course is something I won't do. 'Cause we've agreed between you and me, we're nothing more than friends. How silly it would be to put this friendship to an end. How crazy that would be, yet here I am, falling in love again. Stupid I would be to still have faith, to never stop believing that one day, when time is right and stars align, our views would coincide. We'll see the world in color, though they say that love is blind. How stupid that would be, indeed that's true. And still I'm waiting for you. I am forever waiting for you.
It's just before noon on an August day in Texas, and people are carrying on with their normal day along the Guadalupe Street. Building works are ongoing, leading to banging sounds. But a new sound rings out. It's quickly followed by a pregnant woman falling to the ground. Soon enough, more people also fall to the ground. As the horror of what's unfolding sinks in, the shots are coming from a tower in Texas University. The year is 1966. My name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. Today I'm covering the tragic University of Texas tower shooting. A sharpshooter. Our story to the Texas Tower begins and will ultimately end with this one person, Charles Joseph Whitman. He was born in Lake Worth, Florida on the 24th of June 1941. He was known as an intelligent and calm child from a strict Catholic family. Charles and his brothers were introduced to firearms at a young age. This would lead them to become proficient in cleaning, maintaining and shooting. During his teenage years, he joined the Eagle Scouts and took on a paper round. Over the years, he managed to save up enough money to buy a motorcycle. He was well liked in high school, and Charles had a career for himself in mind. By the time of his graduation in June 1959, Whitman enlisted in the Marines on July 6, 1959. His father didn't approve, and he was also known to be violent towards Charles and the rest of the family. However, he still joined, and within the first 18 months of his enlistment, his experience in shooting would pay off when he achieved a sharpshooting badge. He applied and was accepted into the Naval Enlisted Science and Education program. This would pay for his studies, initially starting with mathematics and physics, eventually graduating to the University of Texas in Austin to study mechanical engineering. His scores were initially really good, making his superiors believe enrolling him was a good investment, although his performance would drop when he actually started to attend uni. He became known as the class joker, albeit with a slightly darker sense of humour. In 1962, he married Kathleen Frances Lessiner, a teaching student who was also attending the university, and they had met just 6 months before. His grades had a slight uptick, but it wasn't enough. Eventually his scholarship was withdrawn and Whitman was recalled to active duty and ordered to Camp Lejeune in North Carolina to serve out the remainder of his 5-year enlistment. He was promoted to Lance Corporal. During his time there, he was involved in an accident whilst in a Jeep, which had rolled over an embankment, hospitalising him for 4 days. His career would take another dive when he was caught with a personal firearm on site, gambling and making threats to another Marine over a $30 loan in which he was attempting to charge 50% interest on. He was hit with a sentence of 30 days of confinement and 90 days of hard labour, and on top of that he was demoted to the rank of private. He would be honourably discharged in December 1964, after which he moved back to Austin, Texas. He re-enrolled at the university to study architectural engineering. Money was tight. By now his wife was working as a teacher. To try and help their financial situation, Charles took on multiple jobs. He was a bill collector at some point, as well as working for the Texas Highway Department. He also volunteered with the Eagle Scout. Charles and Kathleen had a turbulent relationship, with Whitman hitting his wife on 2 known occasions, although he had expressed concern for his behaviour of not wanting to turn out like his father. Speaking of parents, Whitman's life would become particularly stressful when his mother announced her separation from his abusive father. His mother and one of his brothers would move out to Austin from Florida with the assistance of Charles. His mother rented an apartment and secured herself a job. The family breakup put tremendous strain on Charles, and around the same time he started to experience severe headaches. Whitman, between 1965 and 1966, sought help from several physicians, but no one could get to the bottom of his severe and painful headaches. He would even visit a psychiatrist, in which they would later reveal that Whitman had admitted to feeling hostile towards people without much provocation. He felt like his headaches had worsened and his personality was changing. During his time with the psychiatrist, he would reference going up a tower with a deer rifle to shoot at people. Pressure was building up in Whitman, and it was only going to get worse until he could take no more. On the 31st of July 1966, sat down at his typewriter to write the first of 2 notes attempting to explain the actions over the following day. The 1st of August. In the early hours of the 1st of August, Charles got in his car and drove to his mother's house. At approximately 12:30 a.m, he stabbed his mother to death, after which he covered her body in bedsheets and left a note. He then headed home and at around 3 a.m, stabbed his sleeping wife to death. He had killed the 2 people he loved the most in the world, but this wouldn't be the end of the bloodshed that day. He would, when the shops opened in the morning, make his way to a hardware store to rent a hand truck. You know, those things used to carry heavy cases. Anyways, after that he went to his bank where he cashed in some bad checks. From there he went to another store where he bought an M1 carbine, 8 boxes of ammo and some magazines. After that he went on to another gun store to purchase some more ammunition and magazines, as well as a shotgun from a Sears shop. Whitman returned home to saw off the shotgun stock and collect his weapons in his old Marine footlocker. He placed the M1, a Remington 700 6mm bolt-action hunting rifle, a 35 caliber pump rifle, a 9mm Luger pistol, a 25 caliber pistol, a Smith & Wesson M19 .357 Magnum revolver, the shotgun, as well as over 700 rounds of ammunition. He also packed cans of food, coffee, vitamins, Dexedrine, Excedrin, earplugs, 3.5 gallons of water, matches, a machete, lighter fluid, rope, binoculars, 3 knives, a small channel master transistor radio, toilet paper, a razor and a box of deodorant. Clearly he was planning to be out for quite a while. He had dressed in blue overalls in an effort to masquerade as a janitor and headed down to the University of Texas. At around 11:20 a.m, he arrived at the university. Using a fake ID, he managed to get a parking permit under the story that he was delivering supplies to a professor. He carried his footlocker on the hand truck and headed for the main building. He entered the building around 11:35 a.m. and headed towards the lift. As a cruel sense of luck for Whitman, the lift had actually originally been switched off for the day. A member of staff, thinking he was a repairman, had actually switched it back on for him. He left the lift at the 26th floor, hauled his box up to the final flight of stairs and headed for Tower's observation deck. In the reception he encountered a staff member. He beat her unconscious with the butt of his rifle. Moments after he'd hit the victim's body, Donald Walden and Cheryl Botts entered the room from the observation deck. In a strange lull to the violence of the day, the couple left the floor unharmed, and Whitman began making a barricade to the floor. As he began to make his way back to the deck, a family attempted to push past the barricade. In response, Whitman fired his shotgun, killing a 16-year-old boy and his aunt. The remaining family members fled for help. Charles resecured his barrier and made his way back to the observation deck. He placed his weapons around him and put on a white headband. The observation tower had views all around it of traffic and people moving along the Guadalupe Street, South, East and West Malls and University Drive, as well as a view of even further. Whitman sighted a couple, Claire Wilson James and her boyfriend Tom Ekman. Claire was 8 months pregnant. They were just walking outside the main building. A shot rang out and hit Claire in the stomach, killing her unborn child. Soon after, another shot hit Ekman, killing him almost instantly. Initially the gunshots were not noticed, but soon enough more people started hitting the ground. Whitman would continue to change points around the observation deck, making it hard to pinpoint where the gunman was. Soon enough members of the public returned fire upon the tower, forcing Whitman to fire through the storm drains on each of the tower's 4 walls. At 11:52 a.m, the Austin Police Department received their first report of the shootings. Police both on and off duty scrambled to reach the university. One of the first officers on the scene was Billy Speed. He sought cover behind a stone wall, but unfortunately he was not safe. Whitman shot Speed through a 6-inch gap in the wall, killing him instantly. As the gunfight unfolded, Whitman continued to find targets, including a funeral director who had driven his ambulance to assist in ferrying the wounded. Many found cover from the gunfire, but not all. The unlucky ones caught in Whitman's sights out in the open became an easy target. A light aircraft was employed with a sharpshooter on board, but sadly due to turbulence on approach to the tower, a clear shot couldn't be made and Whitman returned fire. The pilot rather bravely continued to circle the tower in an attempt to distract the gunman. Enter this story's mad lad, Alan Crum. He was a manager at the university bookstore and an ex-Air Force tail gunner. Upon realising the events unfolding, he offered his help to the police after assisting an injured student. He was given a firearm and proceeded with the police into the tower. Public Safety Agent William Cohen, Austin Police Officer Jerry Day, and Crum went into the elevator to the 26th floor, where they were shortly joined by off-duty officer Ramiro Martinez. The four men made their way to the 27th floor. Crum asked, "Are we playing for keeps?" essentially saying the gunman wouldn't be leaving the tower alive. Martinez responded, "You're damn right we are." Crum replied, "Well, you better deputise me." Martinez replied back, "Consider yourself deputised." They reached the observation deck. Martinez and McCoy went left and Crum and Day went right. Whitman was on the northwest corner. Crum thought he heard movement and opened fire. There was nothing, and his bullet hit the parapet of the southwest corner. By now it was 1:24 p.m. Martinez and McCoy rounded the northeastern corner. Whitman was looking for the source of the shot fired by Crum. McCoy fired his shotgun twice and Martinez fired 6 rounds from his revolver. Some of the shots hit Whitman, who was now lying prone. The body was approached by Martinez, who fired 1 shot at him point blank. Shots continued to rain in from the ground as the death of Whitman was not known. Crum waved a white flag, marking the end of the shootout. In the confusion, news outlets reported Crum to be the sniper, but it would be quickly corrected. Between 12:30 in the morning and 1:24 in the afternoon, Charles Whitman had killed 16 individuals, wounded at least 31 others, emotionally scarred hundreds more, and left an indelible mark on the American psyche. By 3 p.m, Whitman had been identified, and after a phone call to the police from his dad, Whitman and his mother's addresses were searched, and the bodies of his first victims were found. Whitman's note left to explain his actions requested an autopsy and cremation. The first was granted, but the latter was not, with his body being buried with a shared service with his mother at West Palm Beach, Florida. Rather disgustingly, he was buried with military honours and even had a US flag draped over his coffin. But back to his autopsy. His body was examined a day after the shooting, and a pecan-sized tumour, which had some necrosis, was discovered inside his brain. John Connolly, ironically, someone who had actually been shot by an ex-US Marine from a tall building, and also the then governor of Texas, commissioned a task force to examine the autopsy findings. They concluded that the tumour had no evidence of causing any neurological condition. They did also say, however, that organic brain diseases are known to cause aggressive behaviour, said that the tumour conceivably could have contributed to his inability to control his emotions and actions. They also pointed the finger of blame on the stresses in his life: his parents splitting up, issues with his wife, studying and working with financial issues. The university closed for 1 day and was reopened with its flags at half-mast. The event ingrained itself into the culture of the decade and beyond, and much like the Bath school bombing, just shows how much damage just one person can make. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently wet corner of southern London, UK, and also in a currently very echoey new study room. I have Instagram and YouTube and a second YouTube channel, and I'd like to thank my Patreon and YouTube members for your financial support, and the rest of you for tuning in every week. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching, and Mr. Music, play us out please.
Now look, I know you guys done read that title, you done seen that thumbnail, and you know what we making. Today I'm getting ready to show you guys just how easy it is to make. Listen, it's a stuffed crust pizza, and guess what, folks? We finna do it meat lover style. Let's get it. Okay, so look, I want you guys to come here and just take a look at these ingredients. It looks like a lot, but it's not. It's real simple, and especially the way I break it up, right? Now, I want you to remember this. Don't forget the full ingredient list with all the measurements will be down in the description box below. Now, I want you to take a look at the supporting cast. Listen, if it's a meat lovers, right, you got to have meat. So we got thick cut bacon, pepperoni, and then we got an Italian sausage right here, right? Now, we're gonna talk about the star. These people are supporting it. What's the title say? Stuffed crust. There you go right there. We got mozzarella, right? Super simple. Get them like this. I'm gonna show you how to do it. It's not gonna take no extra time, right? And then we got marinara sauce right here. This is mine. I already canned these. I can them, you know, a couple of times out of the year, you know, and I use them for everything, right? This is my base. Works great on a pizza. With that being said, let's get it. Okay, today I'm gonna be using my gas-powered outdoor pizza oven made by Bivol. And you can look at it, listen, it's well built, it's built to last, and the price point is just right. Plus, listen, their slogan is, tough tools, pay less. Okay, look, so now we're gonna go ahead and get everything started, right? We're gonna start with the dough. Listen, this right here is gonna be key. You're gonna have to get yourself some type of thermometer, right? You gotta have that so you can get your temperature right. Listen, in order to use this yeast, right, it's gotta be between 110 and 115 degrees. Listen, I done met a bunch of people that say they get all kind of stuff to rise using yeast and they don't even use this. I just tell them you lucky as I don't know what. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, 110 to 115. Now, let me heat up my water. Oh, and let me just tell you, you can use a microwave. Okay, I want you guys to come in here and take a look at this right here. You see that temperature? Remember, we wanna be in between 110 and 115. All right, so that's key. Now we just go ahead and take it, put it in our mixer, in the bowl. Now we're gonna take our sugar, and then we're gonna put the yeast in here. In no particular order, right? So now I'll just turn it on. Give it a little mix like that, and we just let it go. Now we want to see that it becomes, I guess in about 5 minutes, what we're gonna see is it's gonna get a little frothy on the top. Now look, when you got your temperature just right, you see it right there, it's happening in your eyes right now. Look, that's real time. That's when you know your yeast has been activated. Now I'm gonna go ahead and just add my olive oil, right? I'm gonna turn this on and just let this move just a little bit, right? I like to start small. Now I'm gonna start adding my flour. When I add my flour, I'm only gonna use I'm gonna put in half in the very beginning, and then after that, we'll let that catch up, and then once it does, then I'll start adding some more a little bit at a time. Okay, so now I'm gonna add my salt, and now we're getting ready to start putting in, you know, our flour. Only wanna put in about half, you know, in the very beginning. Now I'll turn my mixer up and we'll let it mix. Okay, so look, I got myself a bowl, got me some non-stick spray. Look, you're gonna thank me for this one. So we just put a little bit in here because we don't want it to stick, right? Now, let's just go ahead, let this down, take this out like that. And look what we got here. Right? So I just fold it over a couple of times, you know, like this. Really, I just want to like seal it up. Now we just gonna drop it in. Just like that, I'll put a little saran wrap over the top and then we're gonna let this rise. We want it to double in size. So you guys see what it looked like now? We'll look at it in like 10 minutes. All right, so look, now I'm gonna take this time while everything is, you know, rising, while my dough is rising, right? I'll just go ahead, you know, and cut down my bacon, right? If you guys notice anything different about my bacon, I have some thick cut bacon, you know, some beef bacon. This right here is fire, folks. I can't tell you enough. I'll put all the information down in the description box below. But I can tell you, I thought nothing would ever get me up off of that pork. But this right here, ooh-wee. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my bacon in here. There's something about this beef bacon right here too. Just the way it smells. It almost smells like it's hickory smoked. Or no, maple. That's what I'm smelling. I want you to see when I finish. Look, I don't cook these all the way where they're super crunchy because they go in and I don't want to like overcook them, right? I just want to get them cooked through. It's really up to you how you do your texture, but you'll see. I just want you to pay attention to that. I want you guys to just notice the texture, right? Didn't take them all the way down. This is good. That way when we go inside the oven, you know, it can continue cooking however it's going to be. But I don't like mine to be like super crunchy, not on a pizza. Now, I want to tell you guys this. If you take a look at this, and then, okay, so you know we're going to do an Italian sausage, right? Some might say, how come I didn't use regular pork? If you get a chance, you know what I mean, to get yourself some of this Porter Road beef bacon, do yourself that, and then come back and let me know what you guys think about it. I'll tell you, in my opinion, I think this beef bacon, and I thought I would never ever say that, I think this beef bacon tastes better than pork bacon. It's just like something about the process of how they made it and the seasonings that they use. It's just, when I tell you over the top, I don't have nothing to say, nothing else about it. It just is what it is. 1 out of 100, I give it 100. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and get this Italian sausage going, right? Now, you guys know that I'm using Italian sausage, right? So this right here is pork, and you know I use the beef bacon, right? For those of you guys that's just gonna, you know, stand away from the pork, you know, that don't do it, you know, you could just go ahead and use some kind of, you can use any kind of ground beef, you know, just season it up and get it, you know, just right to your taste. But for me, I'm gonna go ahead and go with this right here. Okay, look, so now we take the dough out, right? It went like a little bit longer than 10 minutes. It probably takes about 15, 20, but you saw I was prepping, you know, all of my sides, right? So you can see, boom, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and just take it, and we're just gonna put a little flour here because we gotta have this on our work surface, right? This being, we don't want nothing to stick, right? So once we get this going, now we just plop this down, just like this, right? So now I'm just gonna go ahead, just work it. Just feel fluffy. When if it feel like that to you, then you're doing good. Get my rolling pin, put a little bit of this on here like this, right? Because we just want it to be truly non-stick surface. That's what we want to have, right? So now we just take this and we just start. You're gonna have to put your weight on this one and just start working it, you know, back and forth, right? So I'm gonna do it this way, you know what I mean? Just so you guys can see, right? Just like this. I kind of like do it like in a star pattern, and you'll see it start to spread. Now, I'm gonna show you guys a trick too in just 1 second. Little trick, just go ahead and make a fist, right? And let the weight just kind of like, let it go around like this. This is the way I do it. I see other people do it another way, but I kind of like just let it stretch this way. I'm doing this until I get it thin enough so I can roll it some more. But once I start with that, you know, with the rolling pin, on the second time, you'll see it become much easier, right? We just stretch it and it gets longer and longer. And then another thing is, when I tell you it's a trick, I look down because I can see almost through it. When you first do it, you can't, but then when you start looking like this, when you get it thin, as it thins out, you can start seeing a little bit, you know, it becomes a little bit translucent or transparent. This is a great start right here. Look at this. When you do it right, you see that? Look, we nice and round like this. Now what I'm gonna do is just start rolling it out and pushing it toward the edge. Now, this is gonna be the size of my pizza, right? But we wanna be a little bit bigger than this right here. Reason being, because don't forget, this is gonna be crust stuffed. Hey, all this is gonna make sense to you in just 1 second. You want it to be a little bit bigger, right? Because we're gonna stuff it. So once you put let me just show you what I'm talking about. Take some of the mozzarella. Once I take one of these and I roll it over like that, it comes in. So once you do that, you want your end result to be this size. Your mozzarella, if you get it like I got it, it comes like this, I just break it, you know? It's okay, just break it. And then what we're gonna do is we just, you know what, let's do it like this. Let's just go ahead and get this to go completely around the edge, right? We just want to build this all the way around. So once you have it like that, you can start on one end, kind of like just like this, right? And then what you want to do is you want to use your fingers to like just tuck it in, right? Just like this. Don't forget it's stretched, so it's okay. As you can see, I got it all, you know, tucked under, right? So look, then I just take my finger and I just mash this, you know, you just like seal it. That's all we're doing, right? You just want to go around the whole way, you know, around the whole edge. Reason being, you don't want none of your mozzarella to just come out right here. Now it's time to go ahead and add our sauce, right? Now remember, this is homemade. I'll put down in the description box below. You know, I'll give you guys a recipe for this. And I got a video, you know what I mean, that you can kind of like seeing it being built, right? So it should be overloading your sensories right now. And you know what? These are just so easy to make. Now you know why it's pizza joints everywhere. Just, hey, whatever you can think of, you can, you know, make a pizza out of, you know what I mean? It just starts with the dough, top it with what you want. And as long as you guys got a good oven, then you straight. We're gonna come with the cheese, right? Now just check me out with the cheese. Now you guys can put as much cheese on here as you would like, right? This is your pizza, you do it how you wanna do it. But for me, I like meat and cheese, right? So you'll see mine might be a little bit more heavier than some. But again, this right here really is determined by you. I'm gonna come with a little bit of this sausage, right? You guys can put pepperoni on here, however you want to do it. There really isn't no wrong way to do it. You do it how you want to do it, you know? But I'm gonna do it like this. Now don't forget, folks, if you've been following me for a minute, you know I like to get down with that meat lovers on everything. So if you didn't know by now, especially if you knew, yes, I'm a meat and potato guy. Now I'm gonna come with a little pepperoni. And we're gonna come with a little bacon. And last but not least, y'all saw me save a little bit of this cheese back. You know what? Because we want to go ahead and put this over here like this, just to tie it all in together. Now we want to melt our butter. All right, so look, now what we're gonna do is, you see I already melted my butter, right? I'm gonna go ahead and add my garlic salt. Just get this mixed up. If you run out, or if it's not enough for you, or whatever, just get you some more, heat it up, right? I'm gonna take my brush. Now look how big this brush is for what I'm doing, right? And all we're gonna do is we just gonna brush this, right? Look, this is gonna help in the browning process, and it's gonna give it that unbelievable taste too. I like to have a little bit left over, you know what I mean? And if it's not none left over, don't forget, we gotta put, you know, put some on in when it's done. You know what? That's when I start probably mixing it with the parsley, you know what I mean? Just to give it that pop, right? Because after all, presentation is everything. Okay, so look, now you see it. Now I'm getting ready to just put it in the inside. Okay, take a look at this. Oh yeah. You guys tell me what you think. That right there is right. And I can tell you by looking on the side right here, look at that right there. Oh yeah, you know, it's good. All right, so let me go ahead and cut it. We're gonna get us a slice of this. I'm gonna give you my assessment on what I think about this pizza oven. Okay, so look, I'm getting ready to cut this, and check it out. They provide you with one of these too, this little pizza cutter. Okay, so I want you guys to come on in here and take a look. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Ooh-wee. I probably shouldn't have done it like that, but hey, I just want to show you guys, you know, stuffed crust. Now for the taste test. Hey, I can tell you this. I love the way it browned on the outside. Hey, it's cooked just right. The bottom is done on the pizza. This pizza oven, hey, I'm a believer, folks. Hold on. Now I'm gonna go in. Look, if you want to look at the other piece of the crust right now, I just ate it. You know what I mean? Just being, I don't know. But anyway, I can tell you this. I'm finna eat this though right here, folks. I got the best job, man. That right there is fire. Hey, check it out. This is a great video because it gave you a twofer, right? Hey, the twofer is, listen, this is a great recipe for you guys to create and make your pizza at home. You know what I mean? And this Bivol gas-powered outdoor pizza oven, listen, it got my vote. You know what I mean? Hey, it's everything. You can put this outside. Listen, you can do something, you know, this summer, have everybody around it, you know what I mean, and just make pizzas. Hey, matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a gem, folks. Hey, why don't you just have a pizza party? Bring them over, set up a couple of stations, let everybody make their own. This right here makes it quick, folks. Hey, with that being said, don't forget, click the link below, grab yourself one of these, get that ingredient list down there, and let's make some magic, folks. Hey, with that being said, let me just say, hey, thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell everybody out here. Listen, it's a channel out here that's simplifying these recipes and taking the mystery out of cooking. And guess what, folks? As usual, I'm out. Peace.
He's busting down the lane, he's running, he jumps, he grabs the pole, he's climbing up, climbing up, climbing up, climbing up, climbing up. If you're wondering what the hell is this, it's Vierjuppen, or Dutch canal jumping. An Equinox project has been all over me, just on my ass about making a breakdown about Dutch canal jumping. So here you go, EP, here we go. Now it started because the Netherlands is so close to sea level or underwater, there's so much water all around that farmers would just carry around long sticks just to get across the canals. Two old men just walking around, jumping canals. Then they were like, hey, the whole country's pretty good at this. Why don't we see who's the best? So they turned it into a sport. Striped shirt right there. He does pretty good. Number 83, though. This is back in the 50s when they turned it into a sport. He's crushing it. Gets to the top of the pole, goes all the way out. He celebrates. His friends celebrate with him. It used to be wooden poles. Then they switched to plastic. Now they're fiberglass, which allows more hang time. That sucked. That was really bad, and the spy in the crowd like can barely contain his smile. And then I guess there was no age limit because this dude's old. I mean, he barely jumps. He kind of just runs into the stick, and now he's swaying. I mean, pretty badass because I think this dude's old. Just misses, which is now he's embarrassed. Now he's embarrassed. Old just misses. So anyway, this is what it looks like today. It's a whole big event. That dude threw sand into the crowd. Swagger walks to the crowd, very excited with himself, gives his mom/girlfriend a high five and a hug. That dude behind him's rubbing all the sand off. That was a big leap onto the pole, climbing to the top. The poles are much larger. Bam! Whew. This guy, he's got a good thing going. Look, they wear something on their right foot to help climb up the pole, and then kabam! That one looked like it was deep sand. He threw the sand the other direction, which was polite of him. Okay, little skinny dude coming. Does he have the weight that he needs? I think you need a lot of weight to get the pole to switch over. He's going all the way to the top, and he goes over the top. Interesting strategy. I think it worked well. Throw sand all over the crowd. And then this kid, he's going to get all the way to the top of the pole as well. Just, and then he comes off to the side. I wonder if that's a better strategy than going over the top. I wonder if they have names for these. That dude stutter stepped, and the stutter step killed him. And then he lost his grip. Just embarrassing. Soaking wet. Has to walk around soaking wet. Just, you know, he's probably ashamed. His parents are face down, eyes in palms. Oh, my God. The spy's grandson with the glasses on while playing gets to the top, loses the grip. He's not happy with himself. He wanted to grab the top of the pole so he could spring himself. He loses the grip there, can't find it, and just comes down. And here he is on his second attempt, and not enough weight. And he's like, what the hell's up with this pole? I'm going the wrong way. So he has to go into the drink, loses his sunglasses maybe. Not happy with his round at all. Oh, didn't lose his sunglasses. Still not happy, though, and that is Dutch canal jumping. This one is brought to you by Jomboy and Jake Radio. It's not a radio show, it's a podcast, but it does air live on YouTube every Wednesday at noon. It's like...
It comes down to like what you were saying before. It's like, how much can you trust any of these people? And I don't know. I think that's the question that you have to like choose the amount that you can.
Best investigative work on Hunter Biden, and he's also been the only... No, that's true. And he's also the only senator who's been documenting injuries from the COVID vaccines. Ron Johnson. What? Why is he doing it? Because it's good to know if people are dying because they were forced to get vaccinated.
Who was forced to get vaccinated? Like you're like talking about people whose like jobs said that you had to do it.
Yep.
Because I was like, there's not, there's not. I don't actually know a lot of people who are like forced to do it.
I mean, there's a huge percentage of the population that only got it because their jobs were threatened. The compliance prior to mandates
Right, I'm saying I personally don't know anyone. But that's just because I don't know people who I think work in. I mean, I know people who work on like dick around jobs like stand-up comedian.
Right. No, it was. I mean, the numbers. It was compliance prior to any jobs, like mandating it was only about 30%, I think. Probably so, and that was like the soft mandates of just when people's jobs were doing it, and then when the government mandates came in, I would say as many as 40% of people that initially got vaccinated was because of some sort of force.
And I think also to the point that you were talking about like philosophy earlier. Look, depending on what
I don't think Nature.com is a reputable source.
I don't think so either. The first I'm hearing of Nature.com.
Yeah, you pull up things and you're like, I don't know that this is reputable. Nature.com?
Are you a scientist? Okay.
Okay.
We'll trust her then.
We don't know what kind.
What kind of scientist?
A fake
Like a
pro-vaccine one.
You're an immunologist? Oh my God. That is hilarious.
Sick.
Didn't you say you would debate anybody
still
on
will.
the matter?
Yeah.
Still will.
I
Yeah,
actually would
go
kind
ahead.
of like to see that.
Go ahead, debate. What also,
What are the fucking chances?
I also like that you just scoffed at vaccines in general. Like I would say I could even like open up a discussion where I talk about like I think like the COVID vaccine being rushed, but it still has to be like okayed by the FDA, and then also like vaccines in general have been proven to like work. What are you, Jenny McCarthy?
Well, I have no problem.
And I like her. Just,
I have no
you know,
problem with vaccines.
Right.
I do have a problem with the COVID vaccine.
because
which-
of the mandates.
No, because firstly, I don't even think it's accurate to call it a vaccine. I believe that it is a new technology that works differently than traditional vaccines. Traditional vaccines give you a version of the virus that your body reacts to it.
Right.
The mRNA gives you the reaction. It's not really a vaccine.
What do you think, scientists?
Retort from the scientist in the crowd.
It gives you the spike protein. It doesn't give you a version of
Yeah,
the
we
dead
need to put
virus.
you on the microphone.
Come on, I'll give you my
so that it goes into the live stream
Mike,
feed.
will this reach? Yeah.
Can you just, you don't have to say your name, but can you on mic give your credentials once again, please?
Sure.
You can say your name, but you don't have to.
First name, I'm Hannah.
Hi, Hannah.
I have a Bachelor of Science from UC San Diego in Human
Nice.
Biology. We went to school together. I have a Master's of Science from Rutgers in Newark, and I'm currently working on my PhD. I'm a fifth-year PhD student in immunology. Well, we'll see. Immunology.
And I mostly
also
failed
at
out of
Rutgers.
college.
Oh, cool. Okay, so
Amazing.
I'm drinking.
So you are correct in that traditional vaccines give you like a little piece, maybe cooked or already processed,
And then your body
piece
reacts
of the
to
virus.
it.
Correct, which only works if your immune system is able to process that. So something like a cold, smallpox. We're great at fighting those diseases, which is why once you get that disease, you're never going to get it again. Just a little closer to the mic. Oh, sorry. You're never going to get that disease again because our immune systems are totally cool about making a response to that disease. Never get it again. We remember, never again. Cool. The problem is coronavirus, along with a couple other viruses that are sort of trickier, dengue virus, Zika virus, RSV, that's
Newer.
new. Well, it's not
more
newer,
of an
but
outbreak.
anyway, coronavirus, again, we're not good at building an immune response. So actually, like, you can get it over and over and over again, which is a problem in nursery schools and for really old people with RSV, because you just get this bad cold over and over again and you never like remember it. So it's like you don't have, literally you don't have we don't store a memory of it. For some reason we fight it, you clear it, great, forget all about it. Like I don't know, something you forget about, sure. I've had,
Wait, so I have to ask though, because you're not
Sure.
taking on what I said, which
the
is that this is
mRNA,
different.
absolutely, totally. So it is different. The problem is,
It's different and new.
mRNA we've known about for a long time.
Have you rolled out an mRNA vaccine before?
That I don't know. I don't want to.
So then it's both accurate to say that this is different and new.
That is accurate, yeah.
Okay, so now also, that was the starting point. I said that this is not a traditional vaccine. And
Don't
it's
let 'em
different
get
and
you,
new.
Hannah.
Thus far, everything I've said is accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now the actual utility of the mRNA vaccine, does it work like a traditional vaccine and that we're giving your body the virus and then you're responding to it? I know that it wouldn't work, but that's my exact point, was that this is not a traditional vaccine, and that, in my opinion, calling it a vaccine was marketing because it's working in the opposite way, and that it's giving you the response, and it's not giving you the dead virus. That's not a traditional vaccine.
Yeah, so it's like, are we going to school everyone in America?
So the answer is no. Deborah Birx admitted that it was never proven or tested. All right, so you guys are uneducated on this. You can get mad at me.
It's a person who's named Deborah but wanted to be fancy.
You can get mad at me. Okay, so I will tell you who Deborah Birx is. She was the head of the Donald Trump's. I want to get this accurate because now you guys are coming out. Can you pull up Deborah Birx?
I have her.
And you can probably even follow.
She's an American physician and diplomat who served as the White House coronavirus response coordinator under President Donald Trump from 2020 to 2021.
About 2 months ago, in a Senate congressional hearing, she said
she's old.
That it was never studied whether or not the vaccine prevented you from getting sick. It was recent, it was not in America, but someone from Pfizer admitted that they never tested the vaccine to say that it wouldn't get you sick. We're talking about statistics, right? Forget statistics. What did you say to me 2 minutes ago? What did you say to me? You said that this is a vaccine because it will keep you from getting sick. And I'm telling you it was never studied for that, including the people on the task force. I'm getting too hostile. I feel like I got to calm down. Well, you've been an ass to me all night, so...
Wait, who is that? Who has been an ass to you? Who's in the back of the room?
That lady.
Oh, I don't know what she did to you.
There is certainly like people hear that I'm studying immunology and they're like, cool. So how do you feel about vaccines? So like I do.
Vaccines are great. Is what I said about the mRNA vaccine inaccurate?
The technology isn't that new. But all of this technology is from the 90s.
It seems like your issue though is like just the almost like the wording. Like, why are we calling it a vaccine if it's something that is slightly different?
The initial, I mean, you can rewind the tape.
Would you prefer a prophylactic?
Sure, I don't even know what that word means.
Prophylactic is like
all I'm saying is that in my opinion, it was inaccurate to refer to it as a vaccine because I feel like that was marketing.
Right.
And you guys attacked me, and then I explained why I thought that this was different than other vaccines.
It is.
And you stepped up to argue with me, and now you're agreeing with me.
I never said. I argue with you that it's an ineffective.
I didn't say. Okay, firstly, I think that it was a mistake for healthy individuals to take it, but that's not the statement. I did not start off by saying it was an ineffective vaccine. My starting point over here was I said, I think it's inaccurate to call it a vaccine.
I know, and that's why I just brought up the point of the wording, so I was like, we can find a more agreeable
All I'm saying is I wasn't wrong.
Talk about.
I was not wrong in my statement.
So to follow up on what you said, Robbie, they said that it was not effective. They never tested whether or not it was effective in preventing transmission to others. But
or you getting it?
No.
I think, the whole point they were saying like it's a lot less likely that you'll die from it. That's what it was always to me like
That's
conveyed.
Not what it was at the beginning.
That messaging changed. You're wrong about that.
The messaging certainly did change along the lines, but like that's what we're at now at the point in time. Because I mean, I'm not going to disagree that mass hysteria was created and that people brought it like I think it was like it was like too far. Yes, of course, but that's America. That's what we do. Everything, even with a crime. But it's not like Democrats just do it or Republicans just do it. Everyone fucking does it about everything. That's the country that we live in. Everything is a higher stakes than it needs to be at all times. That's how we live.
Everyone to look at the pre-trial studies where there were more deaths in the people that were vaccinated than the people that weren't. And you guys haven't heard that until right now, but I would encourage you to look it up.
Vaccine-enhanced disease is a thing.
What?
It's called vaccine-enhanced disease. So like you get the vaccine and then this happens with RSV, which is why the vaccine is such a problem, but now we have a better one. So like these things have steps. And so like I'm hesitant to say like you're right about that too because like there are semantic issues.
It's also the other thing. That's the last thing I'll say, and then you can have the closing remark because I feel like it got more hostile than I was hoping for. I also think the fact that there was a 14-day window before you were considered fully vaccinated, in addition to the fact that in the record keeping, anyone with an unknown vaccinated status was considered to be unvaccinated, has distorted the numbers for the entire record keeping of this. And so on that basis, I think it would be hard to say what evidence existed to say that healthy individuals should have taken this. I don't think it had a lot of utility, but that's just my personal opinion. And specifically the record keeping is very poor.
Totally.
Well, I mean, the record, we knew that because a lot of things like were categorized as COVID deaths when, like, you know, they kind of died from something else. But I mean, that was kind of like, I think, widespread knowledge at this point. We've certainly talked about it lots on this show. That like they're categorizing a lot of things as COVID death, but when in reality the person actually died from something else.
The errors, you know what? I don't want to. I'm sorry. I didn't want to.
This is what the show is about. I mean, the point is just like people can't get mad and yell at each other, but I'm like, I'm not getting mad. I'm drunk though, so I'm not mad. I'm having a great time.
So
I already gestured at my whiskey, like
from my perspective, it looked like the CDC was always cherry picking data purposely to try and sell the vaccine. Where, in my view,
I agree. I think it was a hard push, and in retrospect, I mean, again, I've talked about this on the show. I would have 100% gotten the initial vaccine. I wouldn't have gotten the booster. In retrospect, my mom bullied me to see my grandmother, and I was like, if it's to see my grandma, my mom, I'm going to do it. But like, I still to this day have not gotten COVID.
Same.
And I've been checked for everything. Like I've never gotten it.
It's pretty good.
Never.
Do you think you never got it? Or you just didn't have symptoms?
I don't know, but there's no way to know now because even if I have antibodies, they'd be from the vaccine.
Right.
So
makes sense.
What do you think if you could just give
a
quick bullet point list?
Mm-hmm.
What do you like? People did die from this virus, right? So like,
sure.
What would you have done if you could just like quick bullet point list on quick lockdowns, virus, vaccine, whatever? Just like what would be your plan if it was up to you?
People should have been allowed to make their own decisions about vaccination and how much of a risk they thought this was and whether or not they should be out and about and participating in normal life.
And why? And can you just give quick blurb on what your
because I like freedom, and everything that government did here was restrictive mandates that cost people their livelihoods, and you're going to see increased death because people were misdiagnosed. You're going to see increased death already because of the alcoholism. You're going to see kids that didn't get the education that they needed. I mean, the amount of money that we spent that we're now seeing in inflation right now, and there's no correlation between the mandates and people getting less sick. There's none. The areas that had restrictions didn't do any better than the areas that didn't.
But some of the as far as like from a fiscal point of view, a lot of that is like they're making it up. They're making things more expensive when it doesn't actually need to be. It's like
explain that to me.
It's for what's the word for it when it's for scarcity. Like it's not actually so. It's just corporations taking advantage of the fact that we went through a pandemic so they can tell us they don't have access to things and they can tell us things are more expensive than they really are. But it's not actually so.
So let me ask you this. Without inflation, how can the prices of all goods rise? Where would the more money come from? At some point.
What?
That was the last episode. Gas prices.
But what about gas prices?
Yeah, gas prices are not controlled by politics, though.
Okay.
Well, and that's kind of like the joke. Everyone's like yelling at Biden, but he's not the person who makes control over the gas prices.
It's somewhat,
that's like the whole joke.
It somewhat is because he's changed the entire economics of expansive oil drilling. So like, for example, getting rid of the Keystone Pipeline, you're talking about investments that companies plan for years and spend a lot of money on. So if you have a policy where you're like, hey, we're trying to get rid of your industry and we're trying to focus on green energy instead, you change the entire economics in investing in increasing supply because you're telling corporations that you might make massive investments in oil drilling or other things that will increase supply, and we might just nullify your investment and tell you that you're not even allowed to sell your product. And so there isn't a move to expand basically natural gas or a move to expand oil drilling. And so that's very much driven by Biden and Democratic policies that's going to lessen the supply of oil in this country, which will drive up prices.
Is that what this has become now? Everybody's got their hands up.
Sure. Yeah,
I feel like I'm at this.
I was like, this has been pretty widely disputed that Biden has no control over it, so that's like weird. But if you guys have any more things to,
yeah, but that's also because BlackRock has heavily invested in this new ESG thing. All right, I can't debate everyone on everything.
It is true.
Green energy and windmills are not more effective than Okay, sure. You said it with confidence, so yes, you're right.
But that's any politician ever is just saying something with confidence and we believe them. I mean, it's like this whole show. I mean,
it's just not
and
true.
Also,
then why?
If
then
people
why
just
isn't
state
like
facts or facts and quotes at a certain point, like I mean, like if I don't have the information, I can't dispute, but I also can't be like yes. I mean, for this one, I can. I mean, it's been a huge talking point because abortion was the primary thing we were talking about in midterm elections until gas prices came along, and it's been widely disputed that no president, whether it's Biden or a Republican president, can control gas prices. Like this is just like a thing that we all know now, and so like to bring it up as a new point is like just the answer is just no.
If someone had a better relationship with Saudi Arabia, called them up and said, "Hey, I want you guys to put out more oil."
So you're saying Biden isn't networking well enough?
No, I'm just saying. Hold on. Your statement was no president can have any control over the oil prices, and I'm telling you that a president with a better relationship with Saudi Arabia, I'm not saying that that's immoral or good, could make that phone call and get us better pricing. He wasn't able to do it because he pissed him off, probably rightfully so, on the Yemen thing. But I'm just saying to state factually that a president has zero control over it, I don't believe is accurate.
I think pointing fingers at a president and being like Biden made gas prices high is just like very inaccurate.
What? No, I was actually saying specifically with the Biden. You guys aren't quite following me here.
He's just a little smarter than us.
No, no, there's a distinction. I literally said it would be immoral, and I thought what he did in that case was good. But to say that he doesn't have, that there's no input would be inaccurate. And here's a single example. Those two things are both true. Yes.
Well, I mean, what about the fact that BP BP just posted record all-time highs?
Right, but here's the thing. Fine.
All time.
Let me explain the way inflation works. This is just the classic example.
I don't care about inflation. I care about what it costs at the pump.
I know, but here's the thing about record profits. It's record profits with money that has less purchasing power. Everyone's profits should be up. Because all of the goods cost more. That's the way inflation works. It's like, hey, we all got more money, so we're going to go spend more money. So now the pizza place charges me $4 instead of $2. His profits are up, but he can't buy as much shit. It doesn't mean anything. That talking point of corporate profits are up. Yes, of course, that's the way inflation works. Everything goes up. Who else got something?
So this is the Atari 2600 games console from the 70s. It used to take these big cartridges that had slot in the top, and you could play some pretty amazing games. But generally most games only had simple sound effects, and the games that did have music just kept it simple. So what I decided to do with it is try to actually push some music out of the device, and got myself an EEPROM programmer. Wrote a bit of software to convert everything in a way where I could write music easily for it. And with these little daughter boards, it allows me to simply plug in the top, and you can see there I have my chip tune in my machine, hence the Atari 2600. And this has everything I need on it to rock out. It has my EQ pedal, so I can add lots of 50 hertz to explode bass through subwoofers. The flange pedal, I have the hold ability to be able to hold notes and do whammy holds and things like that. And if I want to switch between tracks, I can power on and off and select a new track. And awesome fun to play. And I took it to Japan, and this is what happened.
Dmitry Bivol, that fighter, as he looks to be the ultimate party crasher. And distract you from the fact that Canelo is one of the most hardworking and dedicated fighters in the Todd Grisham.
Can't start off short and slow because he'll be
left hand off the top of the head from
Good time with Caleb Plant. He finally found a hole for the right hand to the gut.
Throwing that jab, because when they watched back the Kovalev fight, They know of the sheer volume of punches, jabs specifically, that Kovalev is throwing.
And look at him throwing.
He has smart feet, always aware of it.
Canelo doing a good job blocking those, but they're always there, Sergio. There's a 1-2.
It's as if he's just trying to find what works for him. He's tapping them, trying to find the range, trying to see what punches he can land comfortably.
Trying to notice Canelo was landing to the left shoulder.
Oh, that snuck through.
Canelo starts loading up, even if you block those shots.
No, don't push him, don't push him.
There's that right hand to the body.
Alvarez. But you can see when Bivol throws the 1-2s like this, he is scoring.
A lot of power behind him. They're still having an effect.
Yeah, Sergio, too, but he's stepping back with his hands up, which is a good thing. You know, as the last fight we see.
Or get a flurry man.
He's going to have a harder time doing it with Bivol, loading up on punches as well.
But we haven't seen that light heavyweight power that we know he has.
Chris Mannix, his jab has been active. Both these guys are very good.
I like that
nice
right hand.
Yeah, right hand to the body. You don't see, as you mentioned, a lot of fighters go to Canelo's butt.
Ropes, just like that. His back's touch the ropes, he's moving laterally.
Canelo's been all power shots this round.
Is one of his strongest attributes.
Yes, it is.
Now Canelo. Massive uppercut.
But we've seen this before with Canelo Alvarez, where he's biting.
Last round it was Bivol who was
hooks, overhand rights being landed by Canelo.
Oh, look at Bivol. Look at him go. Oh my word, Bivol.
He can stay in this fight.
Another good jab, and then more of it as he tried to wave Bivol back in, but Bivol not having it.
And the
finishing off with a straight right hand as Bivol, and again he connects. The uppercut that was successful early on in this fight. There is one.
For Dmitry Bivol, at this point, absolutely not.
He seems
and he's looking to set this right hand up.
Came around the guard with a left hook right there.
Staying as sharp as he is.
I see the same thing, and I might even a little bit of frustration.
We know Canelo can
close rounds as well.
Let's take a look at our CompuBox numbers as
Bivol now, it's running. That's exactly the game plan that Canelo had against Cal. I like that right hook to the body right there.
Entire game plan coming in.
Exactly. See, he's blocking every punch. Look, he's landing like 4 punches.
One thing I've noticed.
Bruising and redness on the face of Canelo Alvarez. Bivol looks much better.
Having more success landing punches than really anyone I've seen since Gennady Golovkin back in 2000.
Bivol is giving us great combinations, but he's stopping Canelo from throwing. So if Canelo doesn't have...
Canelo missed.
Right hand. Asian thus far. Some concern from Eddie Reynoso.
There has been concern in that corner the last 3 rounds.
Let's check in with Chris Mannix.
It has been excellent. He is overwhelming Canelo with the sheer volume of his punches. This is the second foray into light heavyweight division for Canelo.
He's a natural light heavyweight, so guarding, putting his earmuff defense in is good enough for him because he's...
3 rounds to go. Look at the punches through round 9, my word. 110 to 61.
Draw in that fight, but Bivol, he looks like he's winning it.
Counter right hand.
I feel like he knows it's a large possibility he may be down.
letting himself be in Canelo's range, maybe because he's...
Dave Moretti, Steve Weisfeld, who I consider the gold standard when it comes to
stepping back and always staying in control, not giving up control. Finesse and a game plan and technique and a strategy and discipline. He doesn't get out of character.
There's a right.
Not take any more chances. He did exactly what he did.
Was Bivol just too big and just too
one of those shots could have went down. Very strong chin from Canelo.
Right hand for Canelo. Jabs and showdown. And may have just beaten the pound-for-pound king.
You accomplished what you signed up for. You came, you worked hard.
He has done it.
Okay. My man can drive. Mr. Driver. Beautiful, lads. I mean, is this the craziest driver? Like, is this the craziest of them all?
Yeah, full tank full of gasoline. Yeah. We on grease like Vaseline. Yeah. Twin turbo, that's tag team. Drag race, no drag speed. Swear.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to Man Like Rick here. You crazy? Listen, another set of videos we're filming today. When I say another set, basically every reaction video you've watched on this channel are filmed in like the space of a day or two. Yeah, so I've been seeing all of the videos you keep linking. I've just been putting them in my watch later, and we're going to start running through these videos now. And the first video we're going to be watching is the BMW M5 Street Drift Georgie, don't know how to pronounce his second name, needfordrive.com, and Eric Davidovich. 20 million views. It's about a 10-minute long video. There's quite a few of these, but I thought we'd start by watching this one and maybe go into some other ones after. So yeah, let's get straight into it, lads.
Can't slow me down like speed humps. No. Keep up when I speed up. See a future, that's my path. Yeah. See the smoke when I drive past. Yeah. Fast lane, living life.
So before we get into it, quick cheeky little plug. So obviously this channel is sponsored by my car competition platform, LLF Games. I've got some sick whips on there right now. We've got a 510 horsepower Tanzanite blue super rare color F80 M3, which you can win for around $11.99. We've also got my 914 brake horsepower Dodge Challenger Hellcat, and we've also got a bike on the website, a Ducati 1199 Panigale S. So it's the first time we've ever done a super bike. Any of you bike fans, check it out right now. So let's just watch this video. To be honest with you, I have seen videos on this guy a long time ago. I think he may even be dead. Do not try this at home. These men are literally praying before they're driving, bro. Get out, bro. These are mad. I mean, look at the obstacles and like the traffic. What? Okay. What the fuck? You know what? I swear this is the best color you get these cars in. E34 M5. I love them. You can see there's definitely a bit of a delay with him steering and the body following. Like, you know, they're obviously a bit old, man. For him to be doing it in a whip like this, like, this is that Team No Hezi shit, innit? But I don't know what country this is. Big car in it, so he's got to be a little bit careful, but these are nuts, definitely. Wow. Just zero fear in it, like, doesn't look like some racing driver, does he? He's just on it though. Whoa. Okay. My man can drive, Mr. Driver. You know, man. That gearbox has got to be murked at the end of this session. It's a bit... Mate, he's sick, 100%. But I just feel like he could make quicker decisions. Allow me in it, if you allow me in it. Bro. Just want to quickly pause it, yeah, because have you not realized the video that I shot on the it was the one with the Evo, innit? Like, have you not noticed that video is starting to go viral on my channel, and it's been in the news in whatever country it was. It's just been going nuts, not because of my video, but bro, it's the biggest coincidence. And then the same thing for the Polish driver. You see the E92 M3, that video is going viral on my channel as well. It's getting hundreds of thousands of views. The day I dropped that video, the guy was going to court. Mad, bro, trust me. If you are enjoying these videos, hit the like button and subscribe, yeah, because as I said, I'm about to jump back on and get you a load more content. Look at the surface, man, perfect for drifting. You can see the amount of smoke coming out the rear tires. Whoa, love the color in that car. Even like the tinted rear tail lights. Madman. See, it's different, isn't it? Because of the production. Like, these have gone in, like they've gone in, right? Look, GoPro angles, and it's not the same as just boom whacking a GoPro on the fucking windscreen. It's like you expect matey to be good now because the cameras are on rolling, like. Whereas if it was just a ragamuffin video, like someone filming from the passenger seat, you'd probably have even more appreciation. But obviously, this guy is clearly very talented, you know. Wow, third gear drifting. What's this car like? Probably around 300 horsepower. So what you need to remember, yeah, is a more powerful car. It's easier to slide. Sorry, it's easier to get into a slide, but maintaining your slide can be a little bit more dangerous. Like when you've got 300-ish horsepower, it's not really that dangerous. You can't really go too wrong. As in, because you've got to use the whole throttle. When you've got to manage 600, 700, 800 horsepower, one little wrong throttle input, you know what I mean? It's a wrap. And I'm talking from experience, by the way. Like high power cars are very easy to spin. Easy to engage, but easy to spin out. This man is sick. Look at the surface though, it's perfect, look. I don't know how the police work in this country, but I mean, this guy is taking a piss, bro. Cavalier. Sick. Boom into third. What? Come on, man. Whoever the editor is, you should have cut that in better. Madman. I mean, is this the craziest driver? Like, is this the craziest of them all? Man, this is that engine. Sounds lovely. What the engines? What is it? 3.4, 3.6 or something? Yeah, man. Look at the angle, yo. Man's fucking sideways out here. Fuck. The fact he can hold a slide for that long, man, with that little horsepower. Wow, he's don't give a fuck, does he? He don't give a shit, bro. Wow, see, that could have been a collision there, pretty easy. He's crunching the hell out of that box, isn't he? But it is what it is. Broski, you mad? They're them ones when you stack it, man. Bit too much opposite lock. Not him, but I probably would have. Beautiful car, right? Beautiful, lads. Fucking beautiful. Now, see them high-speed ones? Just like the F80 M3? That's the one. They're the ones you stack, bro. You know, because momentum takes over. You're out of physics. It's beyond, you know what I mean, driving talent. You know what I mean? When physics get involved and traveling too fast, sometimes you can't recover. Let me know if is there a video of this guy when he actually died. I'm sure I heard that this guy died. I don't think it was him driving. Apparently he died in the passenger seat. Hopefully it weren't my guy here. Man, I'm just taking a piss. Yeah, man, I love that first to second. That's what I was trying to say about the Polish guy, innit? That first to second. Boom! Catch it. Wow, he's traveling pretty fast, man. Me personally, I would have went a different way, but interesting. Big car, that, man. Big car. You know, not big to 2022 standard, but big car in its time, you know? I can see the look how much he's turning that wheel and the body's not even turning, like. You can do a nice set of fucking KWV3s, couldn't it, lads? You know what I'm saying? He's just crunching every gear. But they are like reasonably good handling cars, man. Anything M-wise, get a lot of driver engagement. You got a lot of communication. See, I don't like them ones. They're the dodgy ones. You know, madman. Yeah, just gotta be a little bit smoother, man, with them ones, you know. But it's the car. It may be like I've just complained a few times about how much he's turning that wheel. But look, more than fast and fucking hell, boy. This guy's probably running on budget tires. What's he going? Top speed now. Now he's on Lewis Hamilton mode, isn't he? Most men that can drift, they can do this F1 thing as well. Bro, that's just mental. That's crack. Coming soon with new legal legal video. Come on, broski, I like it, man. He was the true Fast and Furious, rest in peace. Yeah, so he 100% died. Great driving, undeniable skill. I would praise him if only he wasn't needlessly putting others at risk. It's crazy, isn't it? It's like some people get praised for dangerous driving, but then some people that do it, they just get called a retard. You know what I mean? Like, who is this guy? Is he an ex-racing driver or something? Like, I don't get it. Like, Paul Walker died on passenger seat. Georgie died on passenger seat. Yeah, he died on passenger seat. Never let someone drive your own car. Yeah, you know what? It's true, man. Even if it's dangerous what he's doing, he didn't deserve death. No one deserves it. Also, I'm amazed by the guy's control. I mean, that was pure talent and the safest drifts ever. I mean, like, the internet's just, everyone just contradicts himself, innit? This comment section is so positive. Oh, bro, I'm sounding like a police officer right now, but you know what I'm trying to say? 1 second it's cool, 1 second it's not cool. But this guy, he's getting niced off, 100%. Probably because he died, innit? But anyway, guys, I'm going to end the video there. As always, if you enjoyed it, hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're new, and link down videos below, yeah? Link them down right now, because I'm going to start linking them to my watch later list.
Yep, the camera is rolling. Hey guys, I'm back with my vlogging, and the Filipino tour just started. I had a really nice surprise from the Dukers from Cebu, and we had an amazing ride together to the KTM shop and enjoy the footage. Rock and roll.
Cheers, ma'am. Ingat po sila. Maraming salamat po. Thank you for flying with us.
Hey guys. Good family. How are you guys? Good. Pretty hot. Pretty hot. Long. Boy. This is the boss. Should have stopped, but I do it now. Just for now. Let's make things right. You're so fine, or at least we'll try it. You got your truth, and I got mine. So RPG, so on my mind. Some kind of game where we both lose. Should I blame if it's not you? I'm in the middle of Philippines in Cebu. It's a city of 1 million, around 1 million people, and I am here with my team, with Dominic, my photographer, Tina, the filmer, and Marco, my tour manager. So I bring almost the half of my team with me, and my mechanics, and the girls are back at home watching on my RokON garage. Let's talk about why I'm here. So we are here for the KTM Orange Day Tour 2017 in Philippines with 3 stops, and yeah, it's a project we planned for almost 5 months, and it's a huge project. It's starting really well. We are in downtown Cebu, as I already mentioned, and I have this show location. It's a little bit small, it's short, so it's gonna be hard for doing long tricks with combinations, but for circles and drifting it's perfect. So the surface is really rough, which is really perfect for the tricks. So I have enough grip, and yeah, it's sunshine, it's hot. Philippines, it's hot, so I need to get used to it, because back at home was minus 10 degrees when I left. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and see you later. Bam! What an amazing start of the tour. I don't have words for that, what just happened in Cebu downtown. We didn't know what to expect. In the end, lots of people come up, and it's always a surprise effect, you know. I make so many shows, but the question if people will come and so on, it's still there. But anyway, there is always enough crowd, but still here in Cebu was crazy. People went nuts, amazing atmosphere. The local stunt rider Ram Teves throw down some epic tricks with his Duke, and we joined forces in the end to make a cool show together. And yeah, for me, amazing start of the tour, gave me a lot of motivation. And yeah, now beside of the shows, we are shooting also a big movie from my tour with my team, with Headlands and his camera crew. And we're gonna make an amazing new movie for my YouTube channel, RokON Stunt Rider. And the next show starts on 11th February in Bacolod. So see you there, my Filipinos, and rock and roll.
Holy shit, I can do that over and over.
And we're back. I hope you guys were able to use that time productively, and we're just going to start this fresh so that I can put out a clean audio episode. So some of you guys don't even know that we were already doing an episode, but you don't want to hear about that. Anyways, welcome back to the Run Your Mouth podcast. SummerPorchTour.com got all sorts of tour dates coming at you. Pekin, Indiana, outside of Nashville, and Birmingham, Alabama this Sunday coming out. It's going to be a spectacular weekend. All right, so I was out on the road. I do have some random topics I'd like to address, and then I'll give you guys the full report on all the news rundown of everything that you have to know, because I know you've been lost. You got stuck in conversations over the weekend. People were looking for your opinion on stuff, and you're like, I don't know. I didn't hear much Run Your Mouth this week, so I have no idea what the hell is going on. And then you had to be like these other people who don't have opinions or anything to say. And I apologize. I apologize that you got stuck at social functions and you weren't able to pick fights with your relatives because you were more informed on the actual facts and information and opinions that they hadn't heard anyone. I don't like to leave you guys like that. I don't like to leave you guys as the rest of the boring world that has no information about anything and just walks around wrong and confused all the time. So I apologize for that, but the point is we're back now with the stacked episode. And right off the top, I'd like to say for the first time in my life, I sat in first class and I want some more money. It wasn't a very long amount of time in first class. I got booked on some sort of a transfer flight, even though I was only going down to Florida. Could have been just 2 hours on a flight. Instead, I turned 2 hours into 4 hours, but got to spend 2 of those hours in first class. And if there's one thing I learned about being in first class is that I'd actually like to have some money. Because you know what I discovered about having money? It's not that like you sit up there and they give you like a pedicure, they lick your toes, they give you a massage, you sit in the chair and you go, oh my God, this is so wonderfully comfortable. It's that they actually treat you like a human being. You know, like I'm telling you, every time you get on a flight, you just know that they're being ruthless and they're not treating you like a human being. And you feel a little bit worse about yourself because you're like, where's my dignity? And so you know what money actually affords you? Just having a little bit of dignity. It's not that like it's spectacular. It's not like they start coming up to you with like incredible cups of coffee or you know, it's not like Epstein's plane where they got children who are going to give you massages. There's nothing that glamorous about it. Not that I'm saying, kids, you got the joke. Anyways, it's not that it's glamorous. It's just that you actually feel like a human being. And then you go back to coach and you realize, man, these people could treat you like a human being. They just decided that you haven't spent enough money with them for them to treat you like a human being. My favorite part about sitting in first class is, though, when they make the announcement and they go, we're going to board the rest of the plane now, so if you could please look away and not look at the other animals that we're about to board. We are officially done being nice to you people until we can seat everyone in the back and then put that curtain up. So we hope that you got the beverages that you required, that you were able to stow your luggage and use the restroom, because we will now be boarding the filthy animals. Please either stare directly at them at disgust or gaze away and look at other things so that they know that you are treating them with disdain. That's my favorite part about sitting in first class is, I don't know, maybe you never sat in first class. You didn't know that they made that announcement. All right, here's another thing that I was thinking about the airport is I think that they should make an official like airport rule that you're not allowed to take meetings at the airport. Who the fuck do you think you are that if I'm sitting over here and I'm trying to get work done on my laptop, you get to sit right next to me and just conduct an entire meeting? Who are these people that feel so comfortable and good about themselves? And I hear these meetings, the decisions you're making are not that important. I hear you over there running your business meetings from the Delta Gate of, you know, Louisiana or wherever the fuck I've been. I wasn't in Louisiana recently, but every once in a while you get stuck. We're all stuck here. We all have agreed that we're not going to get the work done that we have to get done. We're all not taking the business phone calls that we're supposed to be taking. That's because we're all stuck in this airport together that they told us to get here 2 hours early for, and then the plane's like, we're all dealing with this. But I think that they should just officially, because there's some people that feel like they're important enough that they get to actually conduct these things for us all to listen to. I like to sit right next to them and take notes on their meeting. That's what I do. No meetings at the airport. Or if you do a meeting, they should ban them, so you got to do the meetings like you're conducting a drug deal, and you're sitting there and you're like, I'll order 4 milkshakes. And then on the other end of the meeting, they're like, so you want us to expand 2 more buildings? I said, I'll take 4 of them. But just official, like big ass signs. No conducting business at the airport, unless if it's an email. You can do it in text. All right. I think that's it for the random topics. Let's get into all the news that's been going on over the last couple days. Let's start with this Devin Archer stuff. So as you guys know, they've been yelling for a long time. Hunter Biden, this is a corrupt individual. And not only is, Joe Biden's a corrupt individual. He's been working this racket with Hunter Biden. They're getting paid to run around the country. And I think I've talked about this before, but to me, there's a distinction between hard corruption and soft corruption. I don't know why I said it like that, but I did. All right, soft corruption is, in every other country, maybe you get shakedowns going on, like you get people who are going, we're going to investigate your company. Every company's corrupt, and so you got to get someone who scares away the investigators, and so you go hire people. Should they be conducting this kind of corruption? No, but to me, that's kind of soft corruption. It's not the same thing as like selling trade secrets to China or basically engaging in more treasonous activities. And I bet every single person, that's kind of just the way power works. Is people in power might be able to get a meeting that other people can't. So like, for example, take like Michael Jordan's son. I bet Michael Jordan's son, if he went out to Hollywood, could probably get hired at a agency because like film producers might just be willing, or Tom Cruise's kid. If you're Tom Cruise's kid, you can probably instantly get a job in Hollywood because other producers and film studios might be willing to take a conversation with you because your dad's Tom Cruise, and off of that little Cruise name, it's more like they might think that they actually have access to Tom, or they might think if the movie's not working, Tom might promote it, or that Tom might bail out the kid, and so all of a sudden, you're worth even taking a meeting with. And now you might actually be some drug addict who happens to be Tom Cruise's son, going around Hollywood pretending like you and Tom are always working on projects, you got access to your dad, and none of that's true. Actually, your dad has written you off. Well, I feel like people would know about it by then. Which actually, we're going to make the reverse argument in a second. So just be prepared for a full reversal here. But back to the Tom Cruise story. You might not even be good at that. You might be an absolute idiot, but you might be able to partner with a film producer who's really good at that, actually makes you a 50% partner in the business because you're very good at opening up doors, and the fact that you're very good at opening up doors is worth that guy doing most of the work because then he's able to close more deals. So like, for example, maybe you're a producer and then you're working with this Cruise kid, and so now when you call up China for money to film your big blockbuster, you get to go, look, and we got Tom Cruise's son working on this, and they go, oh wow, it's the Cruise name. This thing is clearly going to work. Now, that probably works to some point. And so there is a distinction between hard corruption and soft corruption. And all these people are in on this racket. I'm sure every single one of these kids, of every single advanced politician, probably gets jobs that pay them outside of their pay grade because they've got a bit of a last name, and that gives them access to things that other people don't have access to. And so, the Clintons, that was probably harder corruption, that they're sending military gear and making decisions for stuff that's going to be going to Saudi Arabia. And so you get the Clinton Foundation's making all sorts of money while she's got access to power. And then she leaves her position in power, and those donations, they fall off a cliff. Or, what happened with, the Kushners and Donald Trump getting paid to have his name on hotels. They're all in on this racket. So what would be more interesting in regards to the Bidens and actually proving some sort of a corruption is, are we currently engaging in a war in the Ukraine with massive amounts of people dying because they're trying to get favored contracts to BlackRock or to this other military company? Like, that's like the hard corruption stuff that gets very interesting. That's the type of stuff that you would want to actually prove. All right. So they've been like kind of circling that they're going to prove firm corruption in the Biden family. And then you keep talking about all this Hunter stuff. And then you get this Devin Archer guy who was his business partner. And so you keep having these floated stories connecting that obviously Joe Biden knew that Hunter Biden was that Hunter Biden was selling the influence, but he wasn't just peddling influence that he didn't have. Joe Biden was actually in on the racket. And so once again, you get this testimony behind closed doors with this Devin Archer guy, and you're left in the exact same gray area that you ever were. There you go. It's new information just serving up more gray. It's like if the waiter brought you out a steak that was gray, and you're like, can I get a not gray steak? And he goes, no problem. We'll get right on that. And then he brought you a bigger gray steak. There you go. It's like the crystal ball was murky, and then the wizard shook it, so it was even murkier. And well, so I guess he added a little bit of information here, but at the same time added zero information. And so first they do the testimony behind closed doors, and they go, all right, he confirmed that at least on 20 different phone calls, Joe Biden was on speakerphone. But then he also supposedly gave direct testimony that, what was it, that Hunter was was just peddling influence they didn't actually have. But then that congressman didn't have to retract his statement, but the Epoch Times reported in the actual transcript in which the Devin Archer guy fought against that. Then Devin Archer goes on Tucker Carlson for an entire, 2 hours. It was completely boring. I don't even understand why Tucker Carlson was sitting back and just letting this guy talk so much and not being like, yeah, but I don't understand. Why were you partnering with the crackhead? Why would you have partnered with this crackhead unless you knew that it was giving you the access? How is it possible that all this access is happening without a direct conversation? And so I listened to this whole thing, and I think Devin Archer was just kind of saving his own ass and going like, yeah, it was all wink, wink, nod, nod, but I never took part in those conversations. And he gave the most childish thing I ever heard. Like, sure, that prosecutor, that corrupt prosecutor got fired, but we actually wanted that prosecutor. We were hoping that prosecutor the prosecutor had already been handled. If anything, that was the most crackhead incident that Hunter ever had, was that we said we were actually good with this prosecutor, and then they got the prosecutor fired. Wink, wink, nod, nod. The only reason that at some point these people are getting paid in the way that they're being paid is because the wink, wink, nod system actually works, and there is some firm corruption there. But with that said, even I think Devin Archer said directly, Joe Biden isn't so dumb that he was actually going to get on a call and he was going to say anything. Everyone was aware of the fact that his presence sent a signal that there was the access to the tremendous amount of power. But I'm going to go back to that little signaling only works because when push comes to shove and they actually need someone to hold up all of the money going to a country unless something's demanded, when push comes to shove, the people will actually step in and sell favored secrets and contracts and put in orders and mark up prices and all the shenanigans that we know goes on. And so the signaling only works because if you actually need the power, it might be there to support you. That's why people will pay so much money for it. Can't say that as an absolute. But anyways, it's just going to be in a gray area because I'm sure in whatever way Joe was able to, run it through Hunter and just wink, wink, nod, nod, never actually say anything. It's a pretty good system. And so with that, I think we might be having a similar thing with Donald Trump. And so I just want to make it clear that as we break down that this entire criminal indictment of Donald Trump is absolute lunacy, that doesn't necessarily from a moral standpoint or from just a truth standpoint, let Donald Trump off the hook for that maybe he sat down, was a complete and total sore loser, said, my God, I am straight up losing this election, and then thought, well, how can I stay in power even though I lost? And so the only two lawyers he could find who are willing to work up and concoct such nonsense are people like Sidney Powell, and they're people like Rudy Giuliani. And so he goes, cool, I'll make those my lawyers. And he's making calls every day, and he goes, hey, what college professor is willing to concoct me some crazy theory for why, wait, we're not even going off the votes. We're going off of these, what are they called? What's the actual people that we put in our votes and then they put in their things? You should know these things if you're going to do a whole episode on it. Anyways, so, maybe the whole thing, was not criminal, but also pretty scumbaggy. And so, yeah, I agree with, the whole thing is just rooted in nonsense, that everyone's able to kind of get away with everything just because it's all wink, wink, nod, nod, which is pretty, I don't know. It's annoying. That's all I can really say about it. All right, but with all that said, let's do a Donald Trump deep dive because all week I've been collecting these little articles and tidbits and all the information that's coming out. And so before we get into the deep dive, I'm going to give you guys the broad strokes on why this entire thing is ridiculous and probably won't stick. It's probably, it's corruption that they're going after him for this stuff and that they let everyone else off for everything that they get let off for. And at this point, we could just leave it to the voters. So just if you guys want one simple takeaway, we're already coming up to the election season. They've already made as much of a stink as they can out about January 6th. I guess it's pretty clear that Donald Trump wasn't able to prove the fraud. So at this point, we could just leave it to the voters. But now, as they actually hold him responsible for what happened on January 6th and Donald Trump colluding, I guess criminally trying to stay in office after he lost the election, my first question was what he was doing even illegal. He was working with a lawyer. The guy's name was John Eastman. And let's just say that there was zero corruption in that election whatsoever. Let's just say that that election was 100% honest. Did Eastman actually sit down and see a loophole in the way that elections were conducted? And so he realized, oh, if we can, like, he might have even been from a legal standpoint, there doesn't even need to be fraud in the election. They fucked up in the way that they concocted these things, and you as president have the authority to reject the voters from each state and just put in your own people, and that's the way that the rules are here. Now, people aren't going to like that, but if you claim that it was because of fraud and that you have to go prove the fraud in the election, then the broad public would probably accept it. But at the end of the day, there's a loophole here because they fucked up in the way they designed the elections, and here's how you just stay in power. And so, is that a good thing for a president to do? Probably not. But is that illegal? I mean, if you guys wrote a bad law and someone found out a loophole, and this is ridiculous, I understand that the entire country would be outraged and go, wait, the guy who lost the election just gets to stay in power because you have this dumb loophole? I'm pretty sure that would go to the Supreme Court. And then maybe the Supreme Court itself would say, hey, we can't allow loopholes of this size to be here. But the point I'm trying to make was there at least a legal theory there that it was reasonable that they might have been trying to take advantage of a loophole? Is now sitting down trying to come up with how can I take advantage of a loophole and pretend like I won when I lost? Is that cool? No. Would we all be outraged? Yes. Is that illegal? Not really. We've all played with cheaters before. You know, sometimes you can hold cheaters accountable for cheating because they actually broke the rules. But if they didn't break the rules because they run in on the last day, little Jew lawyer weasel, and goes, well, it says here that the president has the authority to just not confirm the vote. And if the vote's not confirmed, then he gets to pick his own. And then everyone's like, wait a second, can I see that piece of paper? And then they read the piece of paper and they go, oh shit, we really got to change the rules here because this makes no sense because we have a procedure where it's just lawful for the president to just go, yep, I won, and here's, like, we're not, you know what I mean? Like, imagine if on paper it was in the Constitution that the president could just declare that we're not doing elections and he won. We'd all be outraged about it, and then we'd probably change that law. But if that was the law, that it wouldn't be illegal for him to do that, and you couldn't put him in jail for doing so. So the first question in terms of finding Donald Trump guilty for attempting to, I guess, circumvent a legal election was John Eastman's theory illegal for them to put forward? Does that make sense? I don't know if I said that with enough clarity. We might be a little bit more all over the place here than usual. So maybe I'll just repeat it and see if we can get a little bit more clarity on the point. Did Donald Trump legal team find something that either was a loophole or could be reasonably argued is a loophole, that even if there was zero fraud and he was just claiming that there was fraud, or they were just claiming, hey, we found this loophole and we're stealing the election, would that have actually been an illegal activity? Haven't heard anyone ask this question, haven't heard anyone addressed it, and it's kind of specific. So I'll just repeat it one more time, because maybe you'll understand it and maybe I'll say it better, and then even if it's wrong, we'll just move on from it. So last time, was there a possibility of a loophole in the way that the election laws were constructed that Donald Trump could have actually legally have just stolen an election, and so in pursuing that loophole, did not actually violate any laws? There you go. It took 3 tries, but I think that was pretty clear at the end of it. All right, now they're actually pressing him on a novel legal theory, and the novel legal theory that they're using, the actual charge here, sounds very thin. Once again, we're only in the introduction to this stuff. We're about to actually go through some of the source materials.
Now you have your next question, which is, can a president even be held accountable for committing a crime? So let's just assume that 1, there was no loophole. There was no reason to try and search this loophole. And 2, the novel legal theory that he's being prosecuted with actually turns out to be right. Then you have the question of, are presidents even guilty of crimes that they commit while being president? And then you have, let's say all of those things are true. So let's recap all those stages being true. 1, there was no loophole for him to explore. 2, the novel legal theory ends up being correct. A president can be prosecuted for a crime. Then you have, was Donald Trump actually intentionally trying to commit a crime, or did he just have bad legal counsel? And now on top of all of that, let's just say all of that stuff, you know, everything that I just said in terms of the laws, does any of that even matter if you've got a prosecutor who's dirty, who's willing to bring a court case in an area that overwhelmingly hates the person? And so maybe the prosecutor does not care about whether or not he's got a good case, and the jury itself doesn't care whether or not he's got a good case, because because both parties are just like, hey, we don't like this person. And so maybe the law won't even matter, because you got a corrupt system here of a prosecutor who is playing to a particular audience in a particular state. All right, so now let's actually break down all of those things and what was supposed to just be a short, concise introduction, so that if I went all over the place and you couldn't follow the rest of it, at least my introduction would have incredible clarity. So I think we're off to a good start here. All right, so let's start with this. This is from PBS NewsHour. Congress approves new election certification rules in response to January 6. So remember how they were yelling about how John Eastman was completely crazy and that everyone knew that this thing was illegal? So if this little loophole that Donald Trump was looking to take advantage of to stay in power, even if he lost an election, was so clearly batshit crazy and completely illegal, then why is it that, according to PBS NewsHour, Congress approved new election certification rules in response to January 6? So let's read a little bit from this article. The provisions amending the 1887 law, which has long been criticized as poorly and confusingly written, won bipartisan support and would make it harder for future president losers to prevent the ascension of their foes, as Trump tried to do on January 6, 2021. So you telling me that the original law was open to interpretation, and that perhaps Donald Trump trying to make use of a loophole to just steal an election was not actually illegal because you had a poorly written law that you had to change? Is that what this is saying? All right, let's continue. Jump in a paragraph. On January 6, Trump targeted Congress' ratification of the Electoral College's vote. He tried to exploit the vice president's role in reading out the state's electors to get Mike Pence to block Biden from becoming the next president by omitting some states Biden won from the roll. The new provision makes clear that the vice president's responsibilities in the process are merely ceremonial and that the vice president has no say in determining who actually won the election. Well, ceremonies are stupid. So, yeah, I guess if the founding fathers or whatever idiot decided, hey, we need to have a ceremony where someone puts on a thing and pretends like they're all important, it's a little bit funny if someone else comes along and goes, oh, but this ceremony does technically give that guy the power. And so you know what? I got a pretty good loophole here. Let's continue. The new legislation also raises the threshold required for members of Congress to object to certifying the electors. Before, only one member of the House and Senate respectively had to object to force a roll call vote on states' electors that helped make objections to new presidents something of a routine partisan tactic. Democrats objected to certifying both of George W. Bush's elections and Trump's in 2016. Those objections, however, were mainly symbolic and came after Democrats had conceded that the Republican candidates won the presidency. On January 6, 2021, Republicans forced a vote on certifying Biden's wins in Arizona and Pennsylvania, even after the violent attack on the Capitol, as Trump continued to insist falsely that he won the election. That led some members of Congress to worry the process could be too easily manipulated. Let's continue. The new provisions also ensure only one slate of electors makes it to Congress after Trump and his allies unsuccessfully tried to create alternate states of electors in states Biden won. So I just want to point, was that a possibility under the old law? Was there actually a loophole there that you could just decide to create an alternate slate of electors because the law didn't prohibit that? Did you guys just have a bad way of running elections previously where the laws for how it was written could allow a president to just be like, yeah, we're just going to send different people, and then even if they lost, they could just win? I mean, I'm not saying that anyone should do that, but did you guys leave bad loopholes in the way that this was constructed, then in trying to take advantage of those loopholes was not actually illegal? Not saying you should have done it, but I'm just saying if Donald Trump outright stood up and said, you know what, I lost this election, but they left some loopholes in here, so I'm just going to stay in the job and you guys can go argue this at the Supreme Court. I mean, I don't think it would have stood, but the point I'm making is if you had a poorly written law and a guy's trying to make use of the loophole, is there anything illegal in doing so? All right, let's continue. The bill creates a legal process if any of those electors are challenged by a presidential candidate. The legislation would also close a loophole. Oh, look at that. Even they're using the word loophole. That wasn't used in 2020, but election experts feared could be. A provision that state legislators can name electors in defiance of their state's popular vote in the event of a failed election. That term has been understood to mean a contest that was disrupted or so in doubt that there's no way to determine the actual winner, but it's not well defined in the prior law. Now, a state could move the date of its presidential election, but only in the event of extraordinary and catastrophic events like a natural disaster. All right, let's stop there. You guys can go read the rest of this article on your own. The point that I'm making is that if there was a loophole that you guys needed to close because it actually allowed a president to theoretically just stay in office even if they had lost an election, then it sounds like what Donald Trump was doing wasn't illegal. Does that mean it was good? No. But I'm just saying, before we even get into the claims of fraud, whether or not there was election fraud, it sounds like you guys needed to change the way elections were done so that it wouldn't be illegal for a guy just to maybe try and stay in office after he'd even lost an election. Maybe that's too extreme of a way of putting it, but I think you guys get my point. All right, so now, as we look into and we kind of hone down a little bit more clearly on what exactly the election fraud claims that Donald Trump is being prosecuted for, I'd like to play the following clip from Biden.
That G7 conversation was tied to your predecessor, who is about to launch another campaign. So how do you reassure them, if that is the reason for their questioning, that the former president will not return, or that his political movement, which is still very strong, will not once again take power in the United States?
Well, we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by, if he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again.
All right, so it seems like they want to do everything they can not to leave it to the voters and to figure out how they can disqualify Donald Trump from running. On that note, I saw an article in the New York Post the other day where Bill Barr had said the following. Barr said he feels that the DOJ does not appear to go after Republicans more than Democrats. He fears that Trump, if reelected, would use the government to take out his opponents. And that's why I think it's so ironic all these people are getting huffy about weaponization, which they should, because we can't go tit for tat, he said. But Trump, as you say, I mean, he's very clear about it. I think there's no question that he believes these institutions should be used to go after his enemies. Whether it's criminal or not, someone who engaged in that kind of bullying about a process that is fundamental to our system and to our self-government shouldn't be anywhere near the Oval Office, Barr told Collins. And for him to be attacking a prosecutor who is investigating that with all the epithets, I don't know that word, and so forth, which he has no basis for, as far as I can tell, is ridiculous. I even think there might have been a secondary article where he said more clearly Donald Trump can't get back into office because we know that he's going to then go after other people. But it seems to me like the powers that be look at all the tricks that they threw at Donald Trump, and they look at the way that they've weaponized the Department of Justice this time in terms of going to his house, grabbing the documents, and now pulling him into court onto every which way thing. And they've clearly broken from the norms, which is not prosecuting prior presidents. And I think they're now living with the reality of, we absolutely cannot let this guy win because we violated power in a big way to go after him. And so if he actually had this power, he's probably going to come after us. All right, and then this was a different article from The Hill in which Bill Barr says that he will testify against Donald Trump. Former Attorney General Bill Barr said he's willing to testify against President Donald Trump at his January 6th trial. This is later in the article. He noted that the case brought by special counsel Jack Smith was a challenging one, but that he does not think it runs afoul of the First Amendment. Once again, a challenging one, a novel legal theory, because when the prosecutors are sitting around and they're trying to figure out what can we do to finally bust this guy, and they're trying to twist the law, I mean, that already sounds to me, if you're trying to push the law so that you can find someone guilty, you've already decided that they're guilty, and now you're trying to figure out how you can get them to be guilty. Like, that already doesn't sound like necessarily, like, they always like to go, well, we're just going to follow the law wherever it leads. I even think Jack Smith, this is an equal application, because whatever the law is, that's all we do here. No, it was Merrick Garland. Whatever the law is, we're just going to apply. Well, if you're taking the law and then trying to stretch it specifically, well, that doesn't sound like you're just following the law. It sounds like you're trying to push it and, like, reinterpret it because you decided that actually sounds like the exact opposite. You're not reading the law and going, oh, well, the law clearly says you can't open up this door, and Donald Trump opened up this door, so he's guilty. You're actually doing the opposite. You go, Donald Trump's guilty. Oh, shit, none of these laws actually find him guilty. Well, what law can we stretch to say maybe he violated that one? So this is already an admission of weaponization. Remember when Merrick Garland, well, we're just reading the law, and whatever it is, we apply it equally. Well, once you're conducting novel legal theories, or even have Bill Barr going, hey, I'm all on board with this, because I don't want Donald Trump weaponizing the Justice Department going after other people, but this is a challenging one, I think you've already admitted that this is not fair, or it's not an equal treatment. All right, and then this is the last line that I underlined from this Hill article with Bill Barr, that there was no evidence of fraud that would have changed the outcome. Well, actually, I want to reread that. I want to reread that whole paragraph. Well, I go through that in my book in painstaking detail, but on the 3 occasions at least, I told him in no uncertain terms that there was no evidence of fraud that would have changed the outcome. So firstly, you're admitting that there was fraud. And secondly, when you say that there was no fraud that would have changed the outcome, I guess how do you know that if you didn't investigate it? If there was at least enough fraud that Donald Trump goes, hey, there's fraud here, but can we look into it? And then you go, well, there's not enough fraud for us to change the outcome. Even that sounds kind of dicey, because it sounds like, all right, I get it, fine. Maybe Donald Trump, like, there's always fraud, and so Donald Trump goes, hey, there's always fraud, and I'd like to do a little bit more research here. Because, and then you did a little bit of drumming up and maybe you didn't come back with anything. And even that you could say here, and I would go, all right, that sounds honest, where he goes, Donald Trump said he thought that there was clear evidence of fraud. We started looking into it. We didn't see anything there. And so there was nothing out of the ordinary. I guess, maybe. Maybe Bill Barr has even said that in other places. But I read at least what's reported here, and it sounds to me like he's both admitting fraud, and if anything, he closed the doors on looking into Donald Trump's complaints, with at a minimum, still leaves it open-ended for Donald Trump to believe that there was fraud in the election. All right, so this was about the actual charge from the Wall Street Journal. The indictment acknowledges Trump had a right to challenge the election results and even falsely claim fraud. I mean, that's remarkable. And this is from the Wall Street Journal. So the prosecutors agree that Donald Trump can challenge election results, and he can even falsely, even if he doesn't believe that there's fraud, he can falsely claim it. So I guess if you just want people to overlook, like look back into the election and maybe find something that doesn't exist, you're allowed to say, hey, there was fraud here when there wasn't. Or if you just want to undermine your political opponents, such as Hillary Clinton, when she lost and she goes, well, that wasn't a real election because of because it was Russian, blah, 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 blah. So I guess you are allowed to falsely claim fraud. That's pretty interesting that you're holding the guy responsible for false, but you're legally allowed to falsely claim, you can falsely claim fraud legally. But prosecutors said what he did went far beyond such rights. How do you go far beyond your rights to claim fraud? Doesn't that sound silly? You're allowed to lie, and you're allowed to make false claims, but you went beyond the false claims that we're allowing you to make. How do you quite qualify in law, I guess, the degree by which you can, what false claims are on or off the table? Like, I would understand if you said you couldn't make false claims. That sounds easily provable, where you go, hey, this is a true claim and this is a false claim. You made a false claim, and so now you're in trouble for making a false claim. But how do you get in trouble? What is the metric, like, or truth behind saying, hey, that was too false of a claim? Do you guys see the issue with that? Like, in a yes or no situation where you go, yes, you can do this, and no, you can't do this, well, then you can clearly say, hey, you did the thing you weren't allowed to do. But if you're allowed to do the thing, I guess it's like you're allowed to punch someone in the face, just not with too much force. Well, I guess maybe even that one you could prove, because if the guy died, you could say retroactively that was too much force, and you could go, well, I punched him with what was the normal amount of force, or I guess maybe you could even record. If there was a recording of the person, you might get an expert to break down how forcefully the guy punched him. So maybe that wasn't the best example. All right, continuing. But prosecutors said what he did went far beyond such rights, and legal experts said speech used to commit a crime such as fraud isn't protected by the First Amendment. For each of the statutes under which Trump is charged, prosecutors have to prove some level of criminal intent. They don't necessarily have to prove that Trump knew he lost the election, former prosecutors said. So it just sounds a little bit thin that the guy is allowed to is even allowed to make false claims, but you just think that his false claims were too false. And then also you got to prove that there was criminal intent, which sounds difficult to do if a guy had bad legal counsel. All right, now continuing. This was another Wall Street Journal article, The Unprecedented Jack Smith. Take Mr. Trump out of the equation and consider more broadly what even the New York Times calls Mr. Smith's novel approach. A politician can lie to the public, Mr. Smith concedes. Yet if that politician is advised by others that his comments are untruthful and nonetheless uses them to justify acts that undermine government function, he is guilty of a conspiracy to defraud the country. Dishonest politicians who act on dubious legal claims. There aren't enough prisons to hold them all. Consider how many politicians might already be doing time had prosecutors applied this standard earlier. Both Al Gore and George W. Bush filed lawsuits in the 2000 election that contained bold, if untested, legal claims. Surely both candidates had advisors who told them privately that they may have legitimately lost, and neither publicly conceded. An inch until the Supreme Court resolved the matter. Might an ultimate sore winner have used this approach to indict the loser for attempting to thwart the democratic process? And why limit the theory to election claims? In 2014, the justices held unanimously that President Barack Obama had violated the Constitution by decreeing that the Senate was in recess, that he could install several appointees without confirmation. It was an outrageous move, one that Mr. Obama's legal counsel certainly warned was a loser, yet the White House vocally insisted that the president had total constitutional authority to do it. Under Mr. Smith's standard, that was a lie that Mr. Obama used to defraud the public by jerry-rigging the function of a labor board with a legal appointment. What's the betting someone told President Biden if he didn't have the power to erase $430 billion in student loan debt? Oh, wait, that's right. He told himself, I don't think I have the authority to do it by signing with a pen, he said in 2021. The House Speaker advised him it was illegal. People think that the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not, Nancy Pelosi said. Yet Mr. Biden later adapted the lie that he did and took action to defraud taxpayers by obstructing the federal function of loan processing until the Supreme Court made him stop. If even a former president can be hit with conspiracy charges, what's to protect a mere congressman? Just to simplify what he's talking about is that if politicians are not allowed to lie because it's considered defrauding the American public, then isn't that what politicians are always doing? And let's just say that there are certain instances where they even go on and they win cases because they think that they have authority, and so they must have some legal advisors that say, hey, I don't think you have the legal authority to do this. And then you get other legal advisors who go, I think you do, and I think I can win this in court. And then you pick the guy who says, I think you do, and I think I can win this in court for you, because he's telling you what you like to hear and you actually believe him, because two people argue in front of me. You got one advisor who's a lawyer goes, hey, this is batshit crazy, it's not going to work. You get another one who goes, no, this will work. I'm sure that happens every single time these people ever make a decision about what they're going to do. They get some people, I mean, that's the way I tend to make business decisions. One person goes, hey, this is a horrible idea. Another person goes, this is a great idea. I'll take the lead on it. I think it's going to work. And you go, all right, I'll let you try it. So the point being, and I like this standard. I like it. Hey, they can't lie to us. They can't try and push authority that they don't have. And if they do, they can be guilty of defrauding the American public. I like that standard. the point just being is if you were to try and take that standard and apply it across the board, you'd have every politician in jail. And then this was another Wall Street Journal article, last one we're going to read, I believe. It's "This Tripe indictment imperils the presidency." I just want to read this one paragraph. "The president is immune from civil and criminal liability for actions taken in the execution of the office. The immunity is absolute, like the immunity accorded to judges and prosecutors. Courts have allowed only that the president may be subject to subpoena in certain circumstances that don't impose great burdens on his ability to function as chief executive. Former presidents can be held liable for personal actions while in office, but only those that fall beyond the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. In Nixon v. Fitzgerald, the Supreme Court held that Richard Nixon was immune from a civil damage action in which a former federal employee claimed he was illegally fired as punishment for revealing Pentagon costs overrun." We'll stop there. The point just being that Donald Trump, as president, might not even be capable of committing a crime unless the crime is just personal. But in this case, if it had to do with the election, part of his job is overseeing good elections, so it would fall into being a part of his job. So let's just kind of recap as they bring a criminal case against Donald Trump. 1, can Donald Trump even commit a crime while he's president? 2, was this even a crime? And that, you know, if he's got John Eastman working as a legal advisor saying, hey, I think you got a loophole here, and technically that loophole existed, so then trying to make use of the loophole, was that even a crime? And then lastly, was he intentionally trying to commit a crime, which is going to be tough to prove when he's got the legal advisors that he had. I'm not going to read any of this, but you guys can go take a look. I have an article up on the screen from Week Magazine that outlines his co-conspirators, which include legal counsel such as Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and all these other idiots who were clearly giving him bad advice. He would have to actually prove. You'd have to probably flip one of those lawyers to say, Donald Trump actually sat down and said to me, I know I didn't win the election, but I'm working with you. I am hiring you, Sidney Powell, because I believe that you are the person who is going to go lie on my behalf and work with me to defraud the American public and go win us this election. So I guess that was a very long 42-minute way of saying that at least not a lawyer, maybe it should have been one. I'd love to give presentations like this before the jury and go, Your Honor, Donald Trump's off the hook. And then they just go, I don't know what the fuck you just said for 45 minutes. I mostly spaced out while you put up pieces of paper and tangented and ranted all over the place. The point just being, you know, they might find him guilty because he's in D.C., but this seems like it could have been left open to the voters, and it doesn't seem like an actual law was broken, which, similar to the Biden thing, which maybe they just haven't investigated him enough because he actually did commit some crimes, seems to be part of the issue here, is that everyone gets to kind of live in these gray areas. All right, let's move on to another topic, but before we do, why don't we take a moment to thank one of our loyal sponsors, YoKratom.com, home of the $60 kilo. It's summer, you're out there, you're relaxing, you're getting on boats, you're going on parties, and if you never checked it out, YoKratom, home of the $60 kilo. You probably don't need a full kilo. You really don't need a full kilo. Let me tell you, you don't need a full kilo. Don't take, you know, I'll take a single pill every once in a while. And that's the extent. I don't even think I'd go through a kilo in 10 years. If you're out there and you're going through kilos, God bless. And God bless that there's a company out there that can get you an entire kilo for just $60. I guess the point just being, if you're a person who is into Kratom, $60 you can get yourself a full kilo. There's no place else in the entire world that can do that for you. YoKratom.com. All right, next we've got Elon Musk. I love this. This is such a great business play. He said Musk to pay legal bills of people unfairly treated for posting on the platform. So this is from Reuters. Elon Musk has said his X social media platform will pay the legal bills and sue on behalf of people who have been treated unfairly by employers because of posting or liking something on the site formerly known as Twitter. If you're unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, we will fund your legal bill, Musk said in a post, adding that there will be no limits to funding the bills. This is brilliant. This is brilliant business. Because if he were to win even just one case, or if he were to cost a company a shit ton of money on just one case, he can change the entire dynamic. Like, at the moment, it costs a company nothing to fire you, and I guess to placate this woke mob, there's no cost to them. It's just easier to them because they go, oh, other people might get out. Like, everyone just placates the outrage, which is nonsense. Like, there aren't even that many people who are typically upset about these things, and yet they just side with the woke mob because it's just easier than dealing with the noise. But you know what happens when there's consequence for the noise, such as what just happened with Bud Light? Bud Light was sitting around and they went, oh, there's all these woke people, and so if we can just placate the woke people, everything remains nice in Bud Light world. And then you know what happened? The conservatives went, fuck that. We're actually your customers here. Don't side with them. What is going on here that the world has become so socialized and there's so much benefits in siding with this woke nonsense that you're going to preach to me, your actual customer, things that I don't agree with. And so they punish them. I mean, how much damage has Anheuser-Busch taken over that stupid Dylan Mulvaney video, which was a bad marketing move by some lady who exactly is out of some, fucking socialist board of propaganda of, well, I had a clear mandate that we were supposed to inspire, and how do you inspire on the wealthiest brand that I'm also going to declare as a dying brand? Because even though there's mountains of profits and people that like this, the fact that they like it, but it's not in the way that I want them to like it, I'm going to say that it's actually not profitable. Unbelievable. So it's good. You actually created a cost for that brand, and other companies are kind of on notice. Oh shit, we better be careful. If I'm Harley Davidson, I better not run, I might not want to run the float at the Pride Parade. And so in this case, if Elon Musk actually steps up and he starts suing the fuck out of people for, I guess, I don't know. I don't even know what these lawsuits look like for taking action against people for being on the platform. Well, it's good for his business because it doesn't scare people away from using the platform. Because, like, you can have everyone going, oh, shit, I better not engage on Twitter at all, because if I do, I might get fired from my company. And so he's standing up and says, listen, anyone fires you for having fun over here, I'll go fuck that guy up. Good business decision. All right, I think there's one more story that we're going to cover, and then I'm going to come back tomorrow with a new episode because there was a Zero Hedge article with a number of videos of Pfizer taking questions in a Australia, I guess, Senate hearing, or I don't know Australian politics or, what they do over there. But it did seem like there was it's years too late. I don't know why you wouldn't ask these questions before mandates. I would think you should ask the same questions the politicians of, why didn't you have this exact meeting asking these questions 2 years ago? But anyways, they did a meeting, and there was a Zero Hedge article that really had all of the highlight videos, and we're going to run through all of that. But we're going to close this thing out with one more article. And then once again, summerportstore.com and sheathunderwear.com, promo code RYM, and get 20% off greatest underwear that's ever graced the balls of men. And then we'll be back tomorrow with another episode. This is from the Wall Street Journal, and the numbers were staggering, of Ukraine amputees. So this was, in Ukraine, amputations already evoke scale of World War I. Tens of thousands estimated to have lost limbs since the start of the war, a toll not seen in recent armed conflicts in the West. In February, Russian Dama Something, a 19-year-old Ukrainian soldier, came under fire near the front line of Something in southwestern Ukraine. Shrapnel tore her leg off above the knee. She clutched her severed thigh bone and watched medics place her severed leg into the vehicle that took her to a hospital. I just really wanted the numbers. I didn't need the personal story. Is one of between 20,000 and 50,000 Ukrainians who have lost one or more limbs since the start of the war, according to previously undisclosed estimates by prosthetic firms, doctors, and charities. The actual figures could be higher because it takes time to register patients after they undergo the procedure. Some are only amputated weeks or months after being wounded. And Kiev's counteroffensive underway, the war may be entering a more brutal phase. By comparison, some 67,000 Germans and 41,000 Britons had to have amputations during the course of World War I, when the procedure was often only available to prevent death. Fewer than 2,000 U.S. veterans of the Afghanistan and Iraq invasions have amputations. I think we don't get enough information about how brutal this war is. And when you get people who are yelling, hey, don't we just have to hold Putin accountable? It's like, well, are you going to fight? Is this you and your relatives? You know, it's come like we don't see the cost, but it's really costly. And I don't know. I don't like that gamble. I don't like yelling about how other people, like, we have to spend money and we have to use our resources to empower these people to win what looks to be an unwinnable fight. And like how much, I don't know, it's just like how much suffering and shit do you have to overlook to take that perspective of, well, we just have to hold Putin accountable. And then just to kind of look a little bit bigger picture with it, like, aren't there other ways, like, aren't there other ways that we could live in a world where dictators aren't just running into other borders? And I know this is some dumb hippie shit, but isn't it just by kind of leading by example and creating a hill on a mountain with free trade where people that get along are all being prosperous? It's like, you know, people are like, because they kind of walk with the moral high ground of, well, if we don't do something, then Putin's evil will go unmatched. But aren't there, I don't know, like, even just from talking from an ideal standpoint, isn't there a different way that maybe we can operate that would keep him in check? Like, maybe you just create enough resource. Like, I mean, it's why the sanction system doesn't work. It's because we don't really have free trade and unbelievable prosperity between one set of nations, that if you cross that set of nations, you're completely, like, screwed because you're left out of the system. And we contribute to that. I guess just the point I'm trying to make is I just think the toll of the war is somewhat just, like, overlooked. And then you get people who are just going, well, like, yeah, we got to check, but it's like, at what cost? At what cost you got to just, like, check the guy, you know? And what, for the ego of, well, because then we'll be perceived as mightier than he is. And is there no other recourses? I guess I'm kind of like a sales guy, like, low-hanging fruit of people dying and suffering. And it's like the low-hanging fruit right now of preventing it is, well, let's just end the war. And then, yes, I guess Putin walks away with certain territories that he otherwise wouldn't have had. And he could then feel empowered. But, like, I don't know, this seems like the lower hanging fruit of just ending some suffering now and what looks to be escalating suffering. And then you can, like, they're almost hopeful. Like, they got wishful thinking of Putin. I don't even know what their wishful thinking is. But, like, my wishful thinking is, it's like, this is the low-hanging fruit of, like, just stopping suffering. And then maybe we'll figure out other solutions for these things that you're so afraid of, I guess, him then taking over the whole country or feeling empowered to invade other countries or whatever those fears are. All right, we're gonna be back tomorrow with another episode. Tomorrow's episode will not be on this platform at all because it is... I don't think as an upstanding member of the YouTube community that they would appreciate it. So we're going to do an entire episode tomorrow just of that Zero Hedge article, which I will stream to Twitter, Twitch, Odyssey, and I guess that's it. And then it will be up shortly after that as video. And then just to kind of brainstorm here, schedule a little bit and regular episodes is I think... I'm just talking out loud here a little bit. Doing a lot of travel, and I'm finding that Wednesdays I kind of need to spend the whole day actually not reading the news and somewhat working my day job as a catch-up day, which means I don't think I can go live on Wednesdays anymore until about the end of September, when I think I can go back to somewhat prioritizing doing a Wednesday RYM. I think I will be going back to doing some just audio-only episodes. I think most of the impressions I get happen to be the audio-only listeners. If I just use a Zoom and I go audio-only, I can actually get much better audio quality than going live. Which for I don't want to quite break down the production reasons for that because it's boring. So I'm just looping you guys in. I think that there will be probably there'll be one home episode a week, which is this long format going live. And then there might be, or there might only just be one, I guess, live episode on some of these weeks with Porch Tour. I guess I don't really know, because we're going to be doing a bunch of live podcasts with the Porch Tour. But I guess I'm just looping everyone in that there might be some more audio-only podcasts just going up as podcasts. And then hopefully, you know, sometime after October, November, maybe I'll get a producer so we can kind of revamp what the videos look like, and, you know, definitely do Wednesdays, and maybe paywall one episode a week to fund the producer and, you know, see what kind of supporting listenership actually exists out there. Not that it will be required, but, you know, there will be probably one paywalled episode. All right, that's our episode. I've tired myself out talking. Thank you to the sponsors, sheathunderwear.com, promo code RYM, get yourself 20% off, and YoKratom.com, home with a $60 kilo. And other than that, come hang out. Summer Porch Tour is in action, www.summerporchtour.com, outside of Nashville, in Pekin, Indiana, and Birmingham, Alabama this weekend. Have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Hey everyone, Joel Lance here. Today we're in Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, Louisville, not Louisville, well, I think Louisville's kind of okay, but Louisville, outside the Grind Burger Kitchen, everybody. So, guess what this place sells? Burgers, but not just any burgers, guys. These are some crazy kind of smash-ish slash not smash-ish slash crazy deluxe luscious burgers. And so today we are here to do their crazy Grind Gauntlet Challenge. So this is a giant challenge. It actually features 10 different burgers and or thanks maybe a couple sandwiches. Then I have to pick a side. There's like French fries, Brussels sprouts. I'm gonna go with Brussels sprouts. I do like them myself. So for the challenge, we have 30 minutes or to get the, I think it's like $150. But that being said, the quality of the meat they have here is insane. They grind it all in house. It's apparently a really high fat content with like brisket, short rib, just giving this like crazy rich succulent melt in your mouth. They have all the breads and buns come from a local bakery, which are apparently super buttery brioches. And I don't know if I'm forgetting anything else. Basically, they make everything here, make it in house. I'm excited to see what it's all about. It smells delicious, that is for sure. But yeah, I'll get you all the details. I know there's so many burgers, I don't know all the names, so I'll head on in, have some fun, eats food. But yeah, guys, so we said 30 minutes, $150. Hopefully get it for free, and that's it. Quest for a free meal. Let's go eat. All right, everybody, so here we are with all the burgers, which is absolutely insane. So some of these like being special, some of these being the traditional menu items. So in front of me, I'll kind of start up here. We have the special, which is the pork meatloaf, which looks really, really good. We have the grind, which is the kind of build your own. Guys, I gotta put 2 frickin' fried eggs on there, like sunny side up eggs. I love, love, love eggs. Now, this is by far the coolest burger I've ever seen in my life, everybody. This is a soft shell crab burger, literally. Frickin' soft shell crab on a burger. I'm totally okay with it. I love soft shell crab. Let me know what you think of crab in a comment down below. I then have the B&B, which is like bacon, brie, one of the like favorite classics. I have a chicken over here, like a chicken sandwich. We have this Cuban, which is a really cool rendition. We actually have a Kentucky ham. We also have a lovely house-cured pork belly. I have a big fat fish sandwich here. This is with their mahi-mahi, beautiful looking piece of fish. I have this one here, which is called the chain. Now this is like kind of the rendition of a chain burger. So lovely smash patties, ketchup, mustard, onions, house-made spicy pickles. I do love me some pickles also. I then have the Southern up here, which is pimento cheese, bacon, all that good stuff. I have their veggie burger, which they actually make in-house. This is one thing they're really well known for, believe it or not. So even though we do eat animals, I'm always down to eat some veggies too. And I think it's like chickpea-based kind of thing, which is pretty cool. And then I had to pick a side. I could have went French fries or Brussels sprouts, so I went with their house buttery brown sugar Brussels sprouts with a bit of a togarashi on top. Smells good. I do love me some fried Brussels. So yeah, guys, like we said, 30 minutes, which is absolutely insane because this is a lot of food. But at that, I'm ready. Oh, check this out. They make their own ketchup. They make a smoked ketchup. I think this is like the perfect Joel combination. I think my life will be probably complete after that. I also have a variety of other sauces. So at that though, let's get started here just momentarily. The question is where to start. That is always the question, the key. I got a fork. Kids, I always say start with your veggies. So let's take a couple bites of these Brussels and get into some of these delicious looking burgers. The restaurant is ready to get rocking. 5, 4, maybe 3, 2, 1. Let us go, guys. All right, rock and roll. Woo! Okay. Those are some sweet Brussels sprouts. And savory. Oh my gosh. Deep fried. Is there a little bit like a gochujang or something in there?
Hey everyone, welcome and welcome to what is undoubtedly one of the craziest burger challenges I have done in maybe ever, or at least a very, very long time. So here we have 10 frickin' huge, large burgers.
Definitely not calorie free, but amazing. I love Brussels sprouts. They're actually my favorite cooked vegetable. And those are fire. I'll just kind of grab this guy here. This is the chicken. So let's start with their chicken. Got some arugula on here. Adobo.
In addition, with our side of Brussels sprouts, these sandwiches were absolutely made in true Southern fashion with lots of love and lots of calories.
And those buns, man, they're super, super, super buttery brioche. It almost reminds me of like a croissant. It's so buttery. I'm gonna try a little bit of this ketchup just because I can't wait to try the smoked ketchup. Holy crap! Oh my gosh, wait one sec.
And yes, this smoked ketchup was literally the best condiment I think I have ever tasted. It is just, oh my gosh, everything I love about smoky, barbecue, and ketchup combined. Oh, just drink the ketchup.
Can I drink this? Oh my lord, guys. That smoked ketchup is so rich. There's so much nice fat. They use like a very high percentage fat meat. Grind it here. You get these crispy outsides and they leave the center thick. So it's like a smash burger and a normal burger all in one. Cooked just the way I wanted it. And that bacon, man, it's like candied or something. I see why they say no changes or substitutions to that. B&B, that is amazing. This is the chain. This is supposed to be like any kind of rendition of a chain burger. It said a pimento cheese on it, which has been like a cheesy mayo-ish spready mix. It's pretty big here in the South. That lovely crispy burger bits, guys. I'm excited to try this one too. Oh my gosh. You don't talk about a bite of beef, a bite of cheese. You don't talk about a slap yo mama punch of succulent, rich meat. Man, that one again, that is a filling burger. Oh man, I'm full though. It's a lot of food. The average person doesn't come and eat 10 sandwiches, I'm sure. 10 burgers, normal thing? No. Is there kind of rendition on Cuban guys? Like I said, ham, pork belly, cured in house. Looks like some pickles, some cheese. Excuse me, garlic aioli, some mustard. Excuse me. And again, this bread comes from that local s'more bakery, which s'more in like Nordic, I think it is, or Norwegian, means butter. There's no shortage of butter. You can literally tell. It looks like a croissant. So let's try a buttery Cuban. About 23 minutes in. Oh. Yeah, it's a lot of food. It's a lot of food. Habanero jelly in Brussels. Delicious. Anyway, I think we are probably finished there. That done? All right. Woo! All right, everybody. It is so much food. First off, I'm going to start by saying I'm very, very, very full. There was absolutely no shortage on that. I think that took approximately 25 and a half minutes or so. Hold on, guys. Let me catch my breath. Woo.
The ancient RYM Inn, infamous for its stories of horrific paranormal activity and believed to be one of the most haunted homes in the world. There are numerous rooms within this home known for demonstrating its pure evil abilities upon those that dare stay in them, and especially to those that do so alone. Tonight, we will be entering the belly of the beast that has stricken fear into every guest that has dared to visit.
Call them nasty names, do all you can to raise them from the dead. Let's go upstairs.
We're in your room, your home. We didn't even ask for permission to come in here. You have permission to enter my mind and or my soul.
I just sat it on the board and it said Satan.
His hands out. Call 3.
Is that safe to do?
You won't escape.
Any of you lurking upstairs, too cowardly to come down, show yourselves.
Wait,
whoa,
are you serious?
Whoa. I have never seen that. Oh my god, what? Put a light down there, put a light down there. You good? What?
Welcome to the Overnight Channel, dedicated to finding proof of the paranormal. Tonight's investigation takes place at Ancient RYM Inn, Belly of the Beast. This is night 10 of 13 from our UK and Ireland series, so make sure to subscribe.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the Overnight Channel. So if you're new here, just welcome. We are at the location that I believe is the most highly requested place we have ever had over the last 5 years. It's the Ancient RYM Inn. Would guess and say there's been at least 500,000 comments saying to come here and stay the night. And tonight, I have the keys. And we have the keys and we have the ability to stay here and sleep in the living room, or on the couches, or on the beds. We just have to leave by 10 in the morning.
Perfect.
So, as long as we want to be here, we can. You've been here before?
Yeah, this was originally documented 1145, the first person to use this place as residential. Now it goes back beyond that, so it's 1,000 years old.
There's a horrifically dark history and paranormal activity here.
There is nothing but dark history here. Sacrificing children, which is
proven because they dug up the bodies inside the property.
With all that being said, and based on what happened at Woodchester,
what's happening?
that's why Andy's here tonight.
Yeah.
On his birthday. So happy birthday!
Oh, happy birthday!
Everybody comment happy birthday, Andy. We asked you very last minute to join us tonight, and you said, well, but birthday. But you said yes, so
yeah, why not?
Thank you, and you're here to keep
thank you,
Corey safe and sound tonight.
Yo.
There's a lot of energy in there. There's ley lines, they intersect. Some say they come from Stonehenge, which is not that far away. Avebury's not that far away either, so they intersect the two. There's all sorts, witchcraft, murders, you name it.
And for if you missed our Woodchester video, Andy is a psychic medium, correct? That is your proper title. So maybe we can learn more about this place, but it's a little bit warmer inside.
Yeah. Are you ready?
I am. I've been looking forward to this.
Ready? I don't know.
The ancient Ram Inn, the most haunted home in England, was built in 1145. It served as a priest's residence, inn, and public house, now sitting as the oldest building in England's Watton-under-Edge. It is known to sit atop of two ley lines, which are believed to be channels of flowing spiritual energy, and when combined, enhance the power source and activity of the other side. These same ley lines can be mapped directly into the historically sacred location, Stonehenge, allowing free-flowing energy to travel this spiritual highway. During its initial phase of life, the property was used to house those working on the church across the street. One of the key tasks was diverting existing streams of water around the church and the Ram Inn, theoretically creating a flowing portal of energy full circling the property. And directly in the center of the timeline of the Ram Inn were the infamous witch trials that swept throughout England, with one in particular directly tied to this location. In the 1500s, a witch was burned at the stake, yet her last place of refuge prior to being captured and executed was the Ram Inn. She now has her own room within the property, aptly titled the Witch's Room, as she is known to haunt all of those who enter her sanctuary. Yet beyond its near 900-year-old structure, the Ram Inn is placed upon a 5,000-year-old pagan burial ground. There is no doubt that the history of the ancient Ram Inn is complex and layered in the soil and mortality of it. But the modern hauntings and stories of terror that brought us here today began in the late 1960s by a man named John Humphreys, who wished to protect the historical building and then called it his own home. He had numerous claims of the vicious hauntings that would torment him during his sleep, violently dragging him out of bed and across the room. Yet even still, he persisted to call this place his home. Determined to not give up his pledge to preserve the ancient Ram Inn, he continued to sleep in the home and to be awoken in the middle of the night by demonic activity. He stayed there alone, as his wife and 3 daughters refused to stay with him. As each night he fought to survive, he would spend his days finding answers to what tortures him in the evening. Evidence was found of ritual sacrifice, devil worship, and the skeletal remains of children underneath the staircase. Alongside of the remains were broken daggers believed to be used in this horrific ritual, left in a manner so that whatever evil may have been summoned could never be undone. The hauntings documented in the ancient Ram Inn vary to an extreme level, with their reasons for occurring being equally as horrific. The former innkeeper's daughter was believed to be hung in the attic. The spirits of the unknown amount of children that were murdered here are now known to roam the home. Centuries worth of various exorcisms and dark practices have compiled here to accumulate a near visible darkness that consumes this property. The bishop's room is considered to be the most haunted of them all, where those meant to represent the good and the light were abusing their power and inflicting atrocious treatment upon those they were meant to protect. The alleged occurrences that took place here are too graphic for us to share. During the time in which John would sleep in the main part of the home, he reported that an incubus and succubus would haunt and inflict their terror upon him and anyone who would dare stay overnight. The evidence documented here and feelings visitors immediately acquire upon entering are immense. What stories John shared is only heightened by the thousands of guests that have had paranormal encounters here as well. Being shoved while walking up the stairs, dark entities appearing in a near arrogant stance during photographs, the cries of children, screams of the man who was murdered here by having his head thrown into a burning fireplace, orbs amassing instantly and moving freely in addition to the hundreds of pieces of scientific paranormal evidence are all reasons why the ancient Ram Inn claims and lives up to being the most haunted home in England. The mummified cats and skeletal remains of children, in addition to the lengthy history this plot of land provides, leaves the ancient Ram Inn as a remarkably complex and condemning building for the evil that manifests within it. John Humphreys lived in this home for more than 50 years until he passed away in 2017. The home is now owned by his family and remains open for visitors, with most of which being paranormal investigators looking to test their will to endure the hauntings of the ancient Ram Inn. Tonight, we will attempt to bear just one night in this legendary home. If you hear or see anything during this video, please leave a comment and let us know.
Ooh, it smells. Wow. Whoa, what the? What's that smell?
1,000 years old, bro.
This is so cool. Leather jackets. Have you guys seen the mummified cat?
No. Wow. No way. 400 to 500 years old.
Why would they have that? The mummified cat was found by John in the ancient Ram Inn, either behind a fireplace or inside a wall. It was believed that the cats had a sixth sense and that putting a cat in the wall was a blood sacrifice, and yet they removed the cat from the wall.
That's what I was going to say. Why would he remove it from the wall?
Maybe they didn't know. Maybe once they removed it from the walls, then when they realized what it was meant for.
There are rumors that the previous owner of this building would only stay in this room, right?
Yeah.
It's not a rumor, that's confirmation.
Yeah.
I wanna read something that the current owner texted me earlier today. If you want the most activity from the spirits, be loud, be enthusiastic, be lively, laugh, dance, sing, be demanding. Call them nasty names, play medieval music, do all you can to raise them from the dead. Don't hold back, you've come a long way for this amazing place.
Worst realtor ever.
On CCTV, we've caught keys moving on coffee table, bags moving on the floor, and Dad's friends were thrown across the room from the chair they were sat on here. Dad was pulled out of bed by his wrists the first night he stayed in the Ram. That justified the fact that he had a house with a host of ghosts in because he worshipped the Holy Ghost and therefore should respect and believe in other ghosts. The sofa here is the sofa he slept on for the last 8 years. Because he wouldn't sleep in the rest of the house.
No.
This is the polite room,
Yeah.
right?
No,
this is the nice
safe-ish room.
Just want to point out that shouldn't be swinging that much. And the only reason it's doing that is because there's a portal here. It's going right up.
I think we should see the rest of the place and then get out all of the devices we have.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. What is this?
Oh, they have like a perfect seance table and everything here, huh? Wait, there's a grave here?
There's a grave right here.
Oh, was that for the children?
Yeah, this is where they found some of them. And they're said to be littered throughout the whole property.
The whole property, the entire underlayer.
There's rumoured to be over 100 bodies here.
What?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
They never was able to excavate it because it's classed as ancient. So there was no recent murders. So when they dug these out, they realised the bodies were 600 years old.
Is there ever any explanation as to why?
Yeah, they were sacrificing the children upstairs.
All of them?
Yeah.
Hundreds of, potentially 100 or more children.
There was other murders in like the 15th century, 16th century and stuff, but because it was a halfway house pub at one point as well.
I don't like that it's turning towards me.
But why is he turning?
You'll
Yeah,
find
why
out,
is it
right?
turning?
You'll find out it looks at you.
Yeah, why would it be turning?
I mean, there's no air pressure in these bricks. It's no draft.
Yeah, no one touched it when we came in,
No
right?
one
No,
touched
no
it.
one could have. You couldn't have accidentally touched that.
No, and it wasn't moving when we walked in.
Now it's like it's looking at all of
it's
us, just kind of
slowly
scanning the
just
room.
making sure it knows that we're all here. The site of the parish church and the inn goes back far into the mist of British history. Beneath the church is a pagan altar and a grove. It has been claimed for many years the inn stands over an ancient British burial ground dating back to 500 BC.
What?
Which probably accounts for the incredible hauntings here.
500 BC.
That'd be 2,500 years ago.
So with that plus the children, I mean, how many
people are buried underneath here?
Thousands?
Yeah.
And you gotta remember, everything's built on top of each other, so it's probably layer after layer after layer of bodies.
Holy sh**, Evan.
What?
You got some cheeks.
Oh, wow.
What does that door go to?
Oh my god, that's exact.
Wow.
Oh, it's a spirit board.
No way.
Yeah.
There's a guy stood over there.
There's a what?
There's a guy just stood there.
Oh, in front of Corey.
Yeah.
The guy stood there.
Just right there.
You visually saw him or medium saw him?
Medium saw him.
Oh.
And he's got a long leather coat.
Leather?
Yeah, almost down to his ankles.
There's so many crosses and Bibles and just so many different symbols.
And it's still clearly not enough.
They're trying.
This is exactly what we were talking about at the poltergeist house. It says that many investigators of the paranormal recognize that ghosts tend to be linked to strong emotions and dramatic events. It has been suggested that powerful human emotions, such as fear, love, or terror, somehow imprint themselves onto the buildings or places where the events took place. These emotions are then stored in the bricks, stones, or timbers until such time as a set of circumstances releases the energy in the form of a recreation of the events long past, and so a ghost appears. That's literally like the stone tape theory,
Yeah.
but in general just all building materials or places.
Akasha.
Yeah.
Akasha.
Wow.
Oh shit, is that the attic door just open?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know what all the belts and buckles are for? They're all throughout the
Around
home.
the doors.
They're everywhere.
It's just kind of.
Who's upstairs?
No,
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No.
You don't hear this?
Oh, he's over there.
Yeah.
There was.
I didn't see him for a second. Like, I
You
hear it
heard,
too.
you heard that?
There's
Yeah.
footsteps upstairs.
There was just multiple footsteps upstairs.
Oh my. You feel the floor caving in underneath you.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. Oh, whoa.
The so-called bishop is the violent poltergeist here.
And if you sit in that chair there, you get angrier and angrier and angrier.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Do you think that's where he sits?
Could be.
This is the bed that I let down on, and within 30 seconds I was fast asleep, and I wasn't even tired. And then Josh woke me up. I started snoring. I had no idea. It was like being put to sleep medically.
Is that the attic?
That's the attic space, yeah.
Oh, so it directly connects to his room. There is
Yeah.
no gap or anything between it.
No.
What's interesting to me is how often it says careful. It gives you a command, but then it puts a question mark at the end. Like, be careful here. Oh.
Yeah, you see.
No, I know exactly why. It's another scrying mirror.
Oh, I'm good.
It's exactly what it is. You light the candle. Everything that you need for it is here. Oh, that's why it's careful here. It's warning you.
What are you getting up here, Andy?
I'm giddy. I've got a tightness around my throat. Yeah.
Now you tell us when to get out of here, man.
It's okay. There's just something black. It's going across the walls. That's all I can see. I do think there's some sort of hanging up here.
Really?
Yeah. Because I've just got it all around my throat.
Should we get everything ready and start?
Yeah. I think we should.
Okay. Let's head downstairs, get the gear.
Yeah.
Figure out the plan. And you're leaving us for the night then?
Yes, best of luck.
Okay.
Sure you'll be fine.
Are you sure or are you unsure?
Yeah, you okay.
Damn it, Andy.
You know what's the fun part about this place? Once you're inside, I can actually lock us in.
Like I can't break the window? You're crazy.
Oh, that is fun.
You gonna break a 1,000-year-old window?
Yes.
That
keeps me away from a ghost. Are you kidding me?
That might curse you.
That's true.
You break something in the house. Imagine how
Isn't that
pissed
bad
it would
luck?
be.
No problem. Well,
Happy birthday again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
And enjoy the night.
So nothing demonic showed itself to you tonight?
Not yet.
Not
Not
yet.
Yet.
Let's head inside. We got all the cameras, all the gear.
Thank you very much for everything.
No
It was a
problem.
pleasure meeting
Thank you.
You take care.
Seriously.
Thank you, sir.
See you later.
Nice to meet you. Drive safe.
Will do.
And
Take care.
have a good birthday.
See you later.
See you later.
Who wants to kick it off? Introduce ourselves first, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually the mistake we made at Woodchester.
Because we never introduce ourselves.
No. To be fair, I don't even think... Well, no, we did start the investigation. We did get some tools. And yeah, we never said hello. Anything polite at all within the home.
Yeah.
Hello, residents of the RYM Inn. My name is Elton.
Hello, my name is Corey.
Hello, my name is Dan.
Hello, I'm Matt.
Is there anyone here tonight that happens to remember Dan? Well, we were told to be jolly and loud and demand. So I feel like if the owner of the home is telling us to do that, maybe we should.
I'll go around the table and tell a story. Funny story.
Sure, you go first.
Oh man.
But it's gotta be loud.
Yeah.
And it's gotta be enthusiastic.
Yeah. I don't know.
And you gotta have to. Okay, mister, I do stand-up comedy for a living.
But stories. Well, we told so many yesterday at dinner.
Mm.
I should have saved them.
We traveled, at least 3 of us, at this table. Traveled a very, very long way to be here. We've heard so many stories, seen so many videos, reports, everything you could ever imagine about the ancient RYM Inn. And to be here tonight is an honor. And if anyone else here would want to interact with us in any capacity, whether knocking, walking around, talking, or interacting with any of our devices, we'd be incredibly grateful to have that opportunity. Who else wants to express their enthusiasm?
Dan? Spirits or entities in this home. We've heard a lot of stories about you, and we mean no harm. We come in peace. We just want to try to talk to you tonight and maybe learn a little bit about this home or this land. And if you would like to talk with us tonight, could you give us a confirmation by making one of our tools that we've set out around this house go off by putting your energy into it?
I'm super excited to be here again. This is the 3rd time I've been here. We've had 2 encounters in the past. I know you dwell inside the walls of this place. So don't be shy. If you're upstairs, come down and say hi.
What time is it?
It's gone 3 a.m.
3:18.
Witching hour.
I'm starting to get so tired, I know what it is.
Really?
Does he get those knocks?
Yeah. Dude, you cannot get tired.
Like legit, I feel like I can just fall asleep now.
No, we will not. We won't let you fall asleep.
Without drawing some penises on your face.
Yeah. Standard.
Standard. Standard.
Oh, you haven't called any names. You dookie head. Wait,
Whoa,
are
what?
you serious?
Whoa.
Are you serious?
I didn't like that idea.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I'm so sorry.
Did not like that idea.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Whoa. I have never seen that.
The cat ball physically moved.
I take it back. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
The cat ball physically moved.
With the EMF going off at the same time.
Yeah.
Did that upset you?
Or did you like it? Do you like the confrontation? We don't quite know who or what we're talking to yet, but in most cases, you're probably someone with an evil past.
Scallywag.
Yeah, Scallywag's pirate.
Oh.
Should we go around the table?
Do what? Insult it? Oh, this is my favorite game.
Let's do it.
So which tosser killed a kid here? If any of you lurking upstairs, too cowardly to come down, show yourselves.
I heard this home is full of sheep shaggers.
I'll bet you pee sitting down!
Yo. Music hasn't worked, by the way.
Oh god, what?
What was it? What?
Put a light down there, put a light down there.
Yeah.
What? Something just brushed past my leg.
Are you serious?
I swear down now.
Like how big? Like a cat size?
Something brushed your leg?
Yeah, it went in between mine and Matt's leg.
I didn't feel anything, thank god. How tall?
Just over the back of my car.
I haven't seen you jump in 10 days.
Well, dude, things touch you.
Wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's why I believe you.
It worked.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. Did something just rub on the back of Dan's leg? If that was you, make one of our devices go off.
Whoa. The thermostat actually won't land on 66.6. It's going 66.5 and 7 back and forth, and it literally will not land on it. Even right now, look at that. 5.7, 5.7, 5.7. Whoa.
You good?
What? Felt something on my hip.
I told you.
Look at the K2. Look at the K2.
You felt something on your hip?
What was it?
I don't know. Like right on that side? Like on this side, I felt pressure on my hip.
Bro.
If you're not afraid, you haven't come in contact with me yet. And if you know the mark of the beast, you can probably change the temperature to match that. That was the craziest I've ever seen the K2 react.
If you want us to go to a different room, make the ball light up that is on the ram's head behind me.
Yeah, I mean, nothing about asking questions was in the...
Jesus, I don't know. Something just made my whole body jump and get chills. I like didn't even do that. That was weird. I just all my hairs in the back of my neck just stood up.
And nothing that we were advised to do involved asking questions. It was always just demanding. It was either have fun or demand activity. I feel like maybe in order to wake up the dead, we gotta wake up every room in the house.
Yeah.
I mean, no one would have slept down here in the first place, so who are we really waking up? Let's go stir some up.
Yeah.
Everything's rigged except for the small room. Anywhere you go, you'll be seeing small little hallway areas.
Was that you, Dan? To like touch my back?
No, how about don't touch your back when I'm asleep? How am I going to touch your back when I'm facing this way?
Touch my back. Really? Really? Yeah, when I was walking up the stairs.
Before we start our investigation in the rest of the house, I have to ask. Is there anyone there?
So loud. You're gonna break the door.
Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? I can hear the motion detectors going off.
Where?
The security cameras. I can hear them clicking.
Where?
In the staircase.
Oh, jeez.
Are you in the angry chair?
No, it's that one over there.
Saved a seat just for me, yeah? What's his name? The Bishop? Or just the Bishop?
Dan, do you know the answer to that?
What was that? Dan.
Yeah.
Man, did
Were you asleep? You just fall asleep?
I don't think so.
Bro,
Did you hear us
not
talking to
hear
you?
me?
No.
You didn't hear me ask about the bishop?
No.
Are you serious?
Did you hear Elton say bishop?
No.
Evan, did he just fall asleep?
Yes.
Dan, you just fell asleep.
Evan, did he just fall asleep?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
In the same room.
How did you fall asleep that quickly?
I have no idea.
It's not even that late, man.
I am tired. Well, I'm tired.
Just crazy.
In this place. When we went outside with Andy, I was wide awake.
It just started smelling horrible in here. Where I am sitting, it smells awful.
I don't smell anything right here.
I don't smell anything, but I'm cold.
It's the Bishop here. For everything you did, all the negativity you conjured up, the power you believed you possessed. Yet whatever was downstairs in this house has more control and abilities than you do. Came here expecting you to be powerful, yet you have shown nothing but weakness. We're in your room, your home. We didn't even ask for permission to come in here. We simply just did.
Something's pushing on my left shoulder right now.
In a tugging way?
Like pushing down.
As the K2 keeps going off.
It was like fingers. That's literally what it felt like. Is there anyone in here with us? Is this your home?
It's the third person in this house you touched tonight. They still haven't come for me. Is it really true that you're not supposed to go upstairs by yourself?
Yeah.
Go to a different room.
Insane. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of reminding me of last night.
In what way?
Nothing really happened, and then all of a sudden, you know, we got to the mirror. I kind of feel like it's purposely dead, just it's waiting for that build-up.
Yeah, me too.
It's just waiting.
It's waiting for you all to fall asleep and me to be alone.
Did you speak?
What? I don't think so.
I mean, with how tired I am, you could run an experiment if you want. Literally, I could literally fall asleep in a minute.
What if I'm not necessarily alone in the attic, but alone in one of the rooms in the attic? I have the noise cancelling headphones. Put me in one room and you in the other. Gonna take your cane with me. I'll return it.
Ooh.
And you set off a device.
Jeez, it is really hard to keep my eyes open right now.
Yeah, I feel it. So shall we go?
It's so interesting.
You don't want to stay in here by yourself and take a nap?
No,
It's weird, ever since I first walked in this house, I just felt relaxed here.
Really?
Yeah, I never felt stressed or uneasy. You know, it's interesting, you walk in because it looks daunting. Like, it looks grim, but it didn't feel grim.
Dude, in the poltergeist house, this was just spitting out 20 words at a time. Which is obviously not normal.
Walk into the room. You can open the door or walk through it.
Join Elton?
Yeah. What should we grab from in here?
I mean, we can...
You pick up the camel?
Dan did. We can leave the REM pod if you want. Just leave it like more here, where like the center of the flashlight is.
Okay.
Just so that way the GoPro will get it.
You asleep?
No. No, I'm fine, man.
I gotta keep checking in on you.
Is that you trying to put me to sleep? Do you want me to fall asleep?
I think that camera was malfunctioning.
Which one?
The one that's back here. It was like sputtering. Yeah, look, yeah, it just took out the light.
Should we go somewhere else?
Just our light just died.
Dude, so did his.
The one on that GoPro just died. I watched it go out.
You just said King George.
Yeah.
King George might have actually been...
King George.
King George might have actually been during this time.
2 entered. It just said 2 entered.
As you and I
For
walked
tea.
in.
I think we should go upstairs.
Yeah, go up to the attic. What about a seance?
I just I just sat it on the board and it said Satan.
As you said, let's go to the attic.
I sat it on the Ouija board and it says Satan. Why did you say Satan?
Look at the temperature, 66.5. I feel as though whatever's in this house doesn't have enough physical power anymore.
Because it's so old.
Let's go upstairs. I got the headphones. Here, wait.
Okay.
John will love.
What?
What time is it?
Hey!
quick. It just said John will love. John was the owner who died. It said John will love.
Would John love it if we go upstairs? Everything we read on the walls is that John is a God-loving man. Also knew he must love all ghosts. We're acknowledging them.
Haunting. Empty.
Haunting empty.
Spell. Witch's room.
Stab. Should we sit at this table?
Yeah.
I'll sit on the bed.
Elton?
Yes?
Won't stop going off.
What won't?
The RYM pod.
Where is it?
Behind us.
Cool?
Hasn't gone off all night. Evan kicked it, remember?
Yeah.
Cap on! No way.
You good?
Oh, I'm more than good.
No, cap ball again!
Dude!
Like I said, let's go to the attic. Do it a third time. Do it a third time and match me. Do it again. Follow my pattern. 2 times. Two times. One more.
Can you make the cap ball go off again?
Let me know when you want me to put them on. It's picking up very, very minimal radio stations, so
I'll
if
put 'em
anything
on.
comes through, it's gonna be
Put them on now.
yeah, prominent. Okay, I'm recording. Alright, recording. Headphones on.
Can you tell me your name? Loud and clearly. Tell me your name through the device.
Corruption.
Is that all you can do?
I think I just heard you'll enjoy this.
Come on then. What are we going to enjoy? It's not very impressive.
Plenty of pigs.
Are you calling us pigs?
American.
Plenty of pigs on there.
That guy.
Which guy? Which one? This one? Or this one?
Give me your hand.
There's my hand.
His hand's out. All three.
There you go.
Now what?
What do you want?
We won't escape.
Can you tell me your name? know who we're speaking to.
How many people have you? How many people have you killed? Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so this is weird. I just looked up because I thought I saw someone like right here. And then I wasn't moving and I realized I'm looking into a mirror. Which means I thought I saw someone behind me. I looked right that way thinking someone was standing there and then realized that's my red hoodie. And what I saw was directly behind me. So that was you. You still touch money of my friends, but not me. I'm right here in your bed waiting. It's over. I'm literally hearing nothing but static.
Come and join us over here.
Okay. Ooh, my back hurts. Oh, wow.
Pull up a seat, lad.
That's a fun pain.
Oh, that one maybe?
Sit, yeah, over here.
We had the RYM pod going off and then stop.
It went off 5 times in a row, 10 times.
Are you done talking to us?
Never went off when I was at the table, right?
Can I walk on the lady cane now?
What if I close my eyes for like 30 seconds? I doubt I'll fall asleep.
I was thinking, imagine if we both went inside the bishop's room, in the armchairs, and then literally fell asleep, and you could put REM pod on us.
Go ahead, take a nap.
Nah.
Come on.
I will. For science.
For science. Should we do that?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that if we all went to different beds and went to sleep, no one would wake up.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Until 10 in the morning when they're knocking at the door because they have a tour here.
I need you to all stay awake if I fall asleep.
There's a bed right here, Dan. Pretty comfortable, to be honest.
Yeah, let's try it. Just promise me if they all start going off, wake me up. Or if
They
I
all
start-
wait if they all start going off?
Yeah.
So that's it. Only if they all start going off.
Yeah, all of them.
What's his name?
If one goes off, just hold fire.
Yo, it said stop.
What did?
Alvarez. How long do you want to be in here for us to come get you if you fall asleep?
Just let me go sleep for 10 minutes. If nothing happens, then just wake me up. If one device goes off, hang fire, be on the sidelines ready. If they all start going off, will get me up.
This is like the middle of every Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Yo.
What?
The flashlight's rolling back and forth. Is your... You want to touch it?
Can you push that flashlight?
You did it twice. I know, I heard it. He's snoring. Bravo. Wow. There's no way I could fall asleep. Do you think we could all leave? Oh, don't do that. Wait, what did you say? Do you think we could all leave? Don't do that to him. You can't. It's so dangerous. That's dangerous. He's asleep up here. That's super dangerous. We always talk about this. It's the places we go to with the highest expectations, it tends to have the least amount of activity for us.
Our last investigation, I had such little expectations, and it was one of our biggest.
Yeah.
One of our best experiences, I mean.
And we went to a mansion that no one had ever actually even lived in.
Yeah.
Do we gently wake him up or scare wake him up?
Grab his legs and pull him out of the bed.
Yo, he'll start swinging.
Oh, yeah, he'll swing.
No, grab his ankles.
He'll start kicking.
Dude, he ain't get that flexible anymore. He ain't reaching us. He ain't reaching his ankles.
The Alvarez said we should wake him up with some tip work, so...
Trapped.
Do it. Let us see, let us see.
What? What happened? Wait. What? What happened? Your silence is panicking me.
Your silence is panicking me.
But calm as can be.
So what happened?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not a single thing.
You fell asleep, alright?
Is anyone here with us?
Alright, Bishop. Don't even know your real name, because you don't deserve to have one. What you did here should never allow you to be dignified as a human. The light's on. I don't know if that's appearing or not. If that's upset you, I don't care. If we have heard stories about the horrendous things you have done here, then that means the reality was probably far, far worse.
Friday. It just said it's Friday.
You have my permission to try whatever you'd like. Is that the word you needed to hear? Permission. Are you now too weak to take what you'd like the way you once did?
How old are you, Russell? Hello. Nice to meet you.
Are you in here? Are you in here? Are you in here? So you are. Do you want me to go to sleep? Is that what you need? Is that the bed you wish me to lay on?
Were you murdered here? Can you repeat that? Was he murdered here?
When I sit down in the bed, I want you to turn the light off. That way I'll know what you want.
How many people were murdered here?
Set off the REM pod, and I'll take a nap. And you have permission to enter my mind, my body, and or my soul. It's quite a bargain I'm making with you. Quite a deal indeed.
You can turn it off. You can, yeah. Oh.
Mine's outside, right?
Yes.
You guys were just hearing noises above us or no? Copy.
Elton. Where is he? Oh my god! I even knew you were back there. Anything? That went off once. What? That one. I actually couldn't figure out where it was. Cat ball? Yeah, I actually didn't know where the cat ball was until it went off. And it was it went off when I knocked on the door and asked if it was in here. Other than that? Nothing astronomical. Anything else go off? No. Flashlight was fairly responsive, but yeah, nothing I would say that made me definitively say like there's something in this room. It can't happen every night. Yeah. You know? Yeah. It can't. Like, you can't expect it to happen every night. And a lot of times we've been incredibly lucky with the activity we've had, and just, it is what it is, you know? Like, it's unrealistic to think that every place you're going to show up to and any night that you show up to, something just spectacular, something remarkable is going to happen. Yeah. I mean, how many times have we heard people say that they've been investigating for 20 years and they list like the most exciting phenomena they've ever experienced in 20 years, and we're like, damn, that's happened to us twice. Yeah. Yeah. So.
I mean, we had the full moon on our side for a couple of days. That was nice.
I mean, we tried everything tonight. But for the first time ever, we got a cat ball to roll. Yeah.
That's true.
That's never happened. Ever.
Yeah, we always have these just wild expectations for what we expect to happen. We expect to have hour-long REM pod sessions where it's call and response, or like flashlight sessions where everything's accurate, and the SLS and thermals, and just nothing. Nothing but a cap on the K2. It's up to you guys whether or not we sleep or not, but we got a few more hours here, so
Sleep.
I mean,
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Weird, no, he can.
I mean, I can.
You get some sleep right here.
You're insane.
if I fall asleep, I fall asleep, but I'm probably just gonna play on my phone.
I mean, here, I believe everything here was blessed and spells were put on to make sure that this was a safe haven.
That room, that paper over there still says that stuff happens in here.
Until
what?
And then that's why he ended up blessing it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, look at that
Still
giant
no.
Bible.
Still no.
Look at that,
maybe,
look at that
yeah.
thing right next to you. I know. It's pretty cool. Alright.
Yeah, I could knock out right now.
I mean,
Well, we'll figure it out, but tomorrow we're off back to Ireland for Loftus Hall.
Yep.
And then we're going to Paris for the catacombs.
Yep.
But Dan, it's been a fun 10 days, my friend.
It's been an experience. I didn't know what I was getting myself into.
I still don't think you knew
I feel
what
like a
you got
new
yourself.
man.
Huh?
I feel like a new man.
Oh, really?
I feel more brave.
Ah.
I've probably got a bunch of people watching right now
Mhm.
who watch me and they're like, holy shit, Dan's got balls. So yeah, I'm
Cat balls.
Cat balls.
Oh
So
my
yeah,
God.
no, it's been a pleasure. Really enjoyed it.
Oh,
Really
yeah.
got fun.
Well, yeah, man. And you're doing a bunch of, by the time this is out, you'll have already done all your Halloween videos.
Yeah, I've done it all.
You know what he's doing for Halloween? Going to places but entirely by himself, haunted locations entirely solo.
what?
Yeah.
Just him.
Can you give us an example of a location?
There's a Witchwood forest in the UK.
What?
Apparently the most haunted forest in the UK. One of the most haunted forests.
You're going
in
to
the
the forest by yourself?
Yeah.
Are you going to camp out?
Yeah, 10 both CCTV cameras, wireless battery ones to put around the perimeter.
You're just going to be out there.
Yeah.
Well, R.I.P.
Holy crap,
Jeez.
dog. That's insane.
Dude, I don't go to Runyon Canyon by myself.
Hey, I'm blaming you lot for this newfound love for paranormal.
Oh no.
So if I RIP, it's your guys' fault.
Oh
Don't put that on
Don't
us.
say that.
Don't put that
Oh,
on us.
no. That's why we all leave here safe and sound.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Jeez.
Damn. Alright, well, thank you all for watching. And, yeah, this is the end of the video because there's nothing else that happened tonight. So,
Yeah.
we'll hope, but we never know.
Yep.
Anyway, subscribe, fun stuff, more videos coming at you all the time. Bye.
Hey, welcome back everybody to another premiere with me, AB. Now, today, after looking at that thumbnail, I know why you're here. Today, we're doing a Carl's Jr. Western Bacon Cheeseburger. Super simple. I ain't gonna over talk it. Let's get it. But this is a number 3. This is what I always get when I go. And this right here is what they wish they had right here. This is my barbecue sauce, which will be back in stock in just a minute. You know, I'm waiting for the truck to, get here. Hey, so with that being said, let's go. Okay, so look, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with my bacon, right? I did tell you it's a number 3 Western Bacon Cheeseburger, right? So we're just gonna go ahead and put these in just like this. Now, while this is cooking, we're gonna start working on our what? Our onion rings, folks. Now, because the bacon is the star, folks, you know what I mean? You wanna stay on top of it. It depends on what you're doing. For me, I told you presentation is everything. So when I put it out like this, yes sir, this is what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? If you got a press, that'll work too. I do have one, but I'm gonna make it, everybody don't have a press. So look, just check this out right here. Look at that. That's that $1 million bacon, right? And don't forget, look at all of that flavor that it's leaving in there, because you know what we got to do next, right? We got to put that patty on top. You guys been following me, you know I'm all about like being efficient in here, and so, you know, making cooking where it's not a chore, right? So we got our flour, our garlic, pepper, salt, right? So we just put everything right here. And notice how I put everything around, right? You know what I mean? When you do that, it just makes it so much easier. And if I hadn't said already, let me go ahead and address this part right here. The full ingredient list will be down in the description box below. It's important for those of you guys who are new to the channel or never seen a video when I'm using flour, right? It is very, very important for you to taste this flour. You know what I mean? I can tell you right off the bat, I'm gonna add a little bit more pepper to it because I can't even see it, right? So we just put it in there, just like that. Then I'm gonna give it a taste, and then I'm gonna adjust my seasoning, you know, to get some great tasting, you know, some seasoned flour. I got my breadcrumbs, and notice how I put everything right here as I need it. That's why I pre-measure. Paprika, just a couple of pinches, you know? So we just finna give this a go, right? Okay, so look, this is what I want to show you guys. When you have your onion, you'll see this little thin layer. You see that right there? I know some of y'all remember back in school, we used to take this, put this under the microscope, right? I take this off of there, or anything that's on the outside of that. We want everything to just stick. So when I see it like this, we just pull it off. Got it? Okay, as I told everybody, listen, if you down with the, you know, the bacon grease, all you want to do is get yourself a strainer. You can see I just started saving it again, folks. So we'll just put some in here like this. We don't want to get rid of it all. We just want to get rid of some of it, right? Because this is going to be our flavor for our patties. Okay, so look, now we get down to the good part, right? Look, again, I want to show you. I set everything up and make it easy for me when I'm cooking, right? Look, we're going to go flour, egg, back in the flour, redo the egg. We finish in the crumbs, and then we put it inside, right? Super simple. We'll just go ahead and drop them in like this. Shake it, drop it in there. Now I'm gonna take it here, then we reintroduce, right? Real simple, folks. Shake off the excess. Here, we completely coat it. Shake off the excess here. Boom. Now for the good part. Okay, so look, got my onion rings. Remember we preheated our oven to 250 degrees? That's because when we start making our patties and getting everything ready, we want these to stay warm, right? So I'll just stick these in here. They won't cook. We'll just keep them warm. Let's talk about the beef, right? 80-20 is the way to go, if you ask me. For those of you guys who are trying to cut out a little bit more of the fat, you guys can go ahead and put in, you know, get your beef, I guess like 90-10. But if you want the flavor, I'm gonna tell you 80-20, and if you can, 75-25, that works good. Now today I'm using my B series, you know what I mean? This is the beef. This right here gives it a nice, you know, flavor profile. And I'm just gonna add just a little bit of, you know, black pepper. Then we're gonna get in here and work with our hands, and we're gonna go ahead and just mix this up, right? I'm not gonna mix it up, you know, too tough where I make it so dense, right? But you do want to get all of your seasoning throughout, right? Okay, so once you got it mixed, you know what I'm saying, you got everything, you know, as best as you can. Again, you don't want to just overwork it, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and take this. This was 1 pound, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get 3 evenly, you know, evenly formed, I guess we'll just call these meatballs, you know what I mean? We'll just let that stay right there, you know what I mean? And we can just pinch off of the ones, but we want them all to be about the same size. Okay, so you see, this is what I was talking about doing the 3 balls equally sized, right? They're close enough for me. look, I'm gonna go ahead and just stick it right here, right? I'm gonna let this go ahead and start off and just, you know, start to sizzle, because I'm gonna do a mash. That's why I got myself some wax paper. But right now, I just wanna let it sear, right? I got myself a press. Now I'm gonna show you, you can do it, you know, several different ways. And I know everybody was told don't wanna press it, you don't wanna spread, you know, push none of the fat out, right? But no worries. So after about, I'm gonna say about 10 seconds or so, you know what I mean? Then we just go ahead and give it a press, just like you see. And you go ahead and just pull this off like that. And there you have it. I'm gonna do a little bit of making a hamburger or cooking a hamburger, you know, 101, right? You see how it's starting to like cook and find its way up like that? That's what you wanna see. Before you guys start messing with it, I haven't lifted or did anything like that. So now we'll just go ahead and get underneath the bottom, and now we'll just give it a flip. And that there is why I make a great burger. Now, with that over the top, it's up to you how you want to do it. If you want your cheese to be all melted and runny like that, you can do it. But we trying to do a emulation, a copycat of the Western bacon cheeseburger, so I'm not gonna put it on there just as of yet. All right, so what you saw here is I put the cheese on this one, right? Because I'm gonna do a single, you know what I mean? But we finna do a double, just like they do at Carl's Jr. Okay, so look, I want you to take a look at this. I got it. I'm ready for y'all to hit me up in the comment section. Look, this right here is mayo. Now, this is where we gonna differ a little bit, because we finna put some flavor right here on these buns, right? So we finna toast instead of using butter. This is what we're using, folks. Trust me, let me know if you guys already know about it. And let me just give you a heads up, especially if you say, no, I can't even see that happening. If you ate at one of these burger stands somewhere around your house or whatever, you probably had it toasted in mayo too. A much, much fuller, buttery taste with the mayo as opposed to, you know, using just butter. So, you looking for that level up? This is the way to go. Now, I cleaned out my pan. You know what I mean? I wish I would have been outside, but I'm gonna let you guys know right now though, it's like 32 degrees outside. This is why I didn't do them outside. Take them like this, and check me out. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take a look at these. Look at that right there, folks. Somebody call Carl Jr. or Hardy and tell them to start making them like this. Okay, so you guys can see, look, I'm using, you know, my brand of barbecue sauce, right? You guys use, if you don't have this already, a lot of you guys don't, because my emails are full of, when is it gonna be back in stock? I got it, my fault. Now, you guys use whatever barbecue sauce you have that you like, you know, this, you know, cool for yourself, right? Especially if you got something that's got like a little smoky, you know, flavor to it. So, we're gonna build it and do everything just the same way they do out here, right? So, just go ahead and get you some of that barbecue sauce. Put it on here like that, and then we just want to put this around like this. Hey, somebody call them and tell them, because it look like I'm doing a commercial for them, don't it? You know what I mean? I don't even know if they this generous, you know, with the barbecue sauce, right? So we put that there. Right, we're gonna come with 2 onion rings. Ooh, they nice and crispy, folks. You see that right there? Now look, I got 2 buns here and I got 3 patties. You know why? Because I think I'm gonna do a double bacon western. All right? And then I'm gonna do a single one. And the single one, you know, you guys saw it already. That's this right here. I'll just go ahead and put this on the top of that. Just like that. For these, go ahead and grab this one here and I'll put this one here on the top. Now we're just gonna go ahead and add some cheese. Now the reason I did it like this, because if you take a look at the picture, you'll see it's not all melted like that one. That one right there is a little bit of personal for myself, you know, so then we're gonna come with this, just like this. And then the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna look at this bacon over here. Now, forgive me folks, I tried to have bacon, you know what I mean, but everybody around me seems to want to have the bacon as soon as I make it. Remember, we'll just put it like this, right? And then for me, put a little bit of this right here on the top. Okay, so you see it, needs no introduction. Maybe for those of you guys that live like in Hardy, it seemed like when I was out there working on the road, you know what I mean, and I saw them, I don't know if they had this, and this right here is my favorite. This is why Carl's Jr. and me is one. Now, with that being said, only thing it need to be in is that wrapper. But look, I got to squeeze it down like this, and I want you guys to listen to this. You hear that crunch? Man, that's that onion ring. Cheers, y'all. This right here is fire. Hey, you know what? Only thing I could have done to like really level this up is just like really just had, you know, like smoked it outside, you know, put it on the grill, did something like that. Hey, speaking of the grill, I want you guys to let me know down in the comment section below, when do you want to see me get on the grill? And check this out. Hey, what do you want to see? With that being said, I'm out. Peace.
What? Raw. What the? You see it bracco on the pavement.
Full tank full of gas leak. We on grease like Vaseline. Twin turbo, that's tag team. Drag race, no drag me.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to be reacting to another police chase. This one's called Asa Hunter Police Chase. 122,000 views. Some of you have linked it below, which is why I'm watching it. 666 likes. Some Illuminati 666 business going on right now, man. Let's get straight into it.
Can't slow me down like speed hump. No. Keep up when I speed up. See your future, that's my path. See the smoke when I drive past. Fast lane, living life.
And of course, before we get into it, remember you've got the chance to win my Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat. Ticket link in the description below. 914 brake horsepower American muscle car. Someone's going to be winning for just £20. So get involved, lads, very soon. Well over 1,000 tickets sold now. And I'll be dropping off the car to the winner myself. So let's go. Nah, bro. There better be sound. We can't do this no sound thing. Oh shit, this looks like same ends as the Golf R chase, the GTR chase, doesn't it? Look like the same corner. Okay, bit better quality, bit more bearable, lad. You know. Bro, what are these in? A 190 TDI or something? Feds got Boyd off at this station. Boyd! What's he in? Audi A3, maybe a 3.2, 2 litre turbo, Quatro. What? Raw, what the? You see it bracco on the pavement. Jeez. Oh, this thing's moving still, isn't it? It's obviously auto, DSG or something. I wonder what it is. Where's their speed? Raw, this guy's madman. Frame rate's better on this, is why it's a bit more exciting straight away. Oh, maybe they're in a Beamer. This is 28. Ooh, you see what I mean? Officer nearly went into him. Jeez, got a bit of distance on him. What is this guy doing, man? Buzzhead. Be aware of your surroundings, man. Shit.
It's now left on 2, stand by to roll.
Little snitch on the side of the road, see him. I'm only joking, people.
And it's a right,
Bro, how many obstacles? It's like this is a set up scene. Have you seen how many cars are hanging in and out of the road? What is it, Friday or something? Fucking. Bro, that A3's on smoke. But yeah, this officer's not having it. He's on that today. Whatever this car is, it handles very well though. It's very nimble, isn't it? Must be in a Beamer, innit? Maybe a... Yeah, they are. It's got to be a Beamer. What other diesel car can be moving like this? X-Drive, innit? Come on, officer. I'll go over the fucking... Bro. Dead. Make your man cringe in that. Yeah, over the curb. Ah. Fuck. You had him then, officer. You should have... It's a 3-2, innit? I think it's a 3-2. I think I heard that V6 little howl. Could just be tripping though. Bro. That guy's a hazard. Let him go, officer. You're gonna go kill someone.
The preferred option at the moment is a stinger and containment as and when it's possible.
This guy's not playing around, bro. This guy's not playing around. He wants to go home. Bro, bare feds. Oh shit. Hey. What you doing? Sorry about that, lads. You know what it is. Family and that. We're locked back in. Yeah, this guy's taking a lot of risks, man. He really wants to get away, but you know, some of them look a bit more desperate. Maybe it's just that they... I wouldn't say it's that they're a better driver, but maybe they're just a bit more into driving, do you know what I mean? So they just fancy themselves as a better driver, should I say. Fuck it, no man, I hate that way. Not doing a bad job though, is he, in the A3? I mean, boy, that car is old. Most likely front wheel drive.
Continuing good assessment with this, it's still happy to continue this moment now due to the seriousness of the offence committed.
Oh, it's got to be a 2-litre turbo or something, isn't it? Oh shit! What? Definitely Quatro, bro. Is that not the perfect advert for the Quatro, fam? Bro, are you dumb? No way. Nah, Fed's gonna done the same maneuver. Rago, bro, what a maneuver! Fucking hell. Bro, did you see the Quatro doing its thing? That is why you buy Quatro, yo. What do you say? Come on, move! Oh, bro, mate, he's gone. Surely he's gone. Oh, shit. Rago dumped it and chipped. Well, is that what you got to do, people? Like, I don't know. When you get a police chase, as soon as you just got to get out and run. Oh, it's a pretty mad chase. No, they got away. That's a hunter. Who's that's a hunter then? You know, a lot of these guys, they message me on Facebook. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know whether we should do something. Right. Oh shit, that's a nice set of wheels on there. He's got a set of RS3 alloys on there. That's a Percy car, isn't it? That's a hunter police chase. Yeah, that was pretty mad. Quality was a lot better than the previous video as well. The UK has some excellent drivers. Look at the narrow streets, amazing. It's because of the small streets that we drive so well. Get out of the turns and out of the road are really bendy. Yeah, you just get used to your environment, isn't it? You know, you adapt to anything in life, right? You got 80 months for this event, so 4.5 months inside and 4.5 months on the tag. Ran over and killed a 61-year-old on one of his previous joyrides. No. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he killed someone in that video or he ran someone over, but he must have just killed someone in general. So yeah, man, that was a pretty cool one, man. Link down some other.
Yeah, you say it's fun. Yeah, it's fun for you guys sitting here. It ain't fun when you have to do it.
Oh yeah. I talk as a fan. We love seeing you guys squirm and shake the arm shake in the back.
You probably do, because you like that bad stuff, don't you?
It's that feeling.
That's right. Okay, so what is he doing here? He's got okay. What is he? A 4-ball.
4-ball in.
Oh, he's got the solids.
Yeah, 4-ball in the
What is he playing it off the 13? Oh, wow, he did it. Oh, he hooked himself.
But that is a Chris Melling special right there.
Okay, he makes the 4 nudge the 13, make sure the 13 doesn't move.
That's incredible.
Okay, it stays on the line, so he was able to come over and I tell you what, he kind of looked, it was a little bit, fortunate there, but I'm going to tell you what, he was trying a lot of piece of that shot. It can be easy at times, and at times it just looks like a puzzle every time. Wow, look at that.
Oh, give that man a round of applause.
Now that's 2 shots for the ages there now. Bro.
This is insane.
Boy, I'll tell you what, he dug that ball. He's got one small chance he can pocket the 1 in the side. Very tough shot, but he does have a shot. Oh, okay, it's a pretty good idea. Well, you see what he's doing here. He's lagging the 6 in. Uh-oh, he got an angle. I mean, he got it straight. Yeah, it's no good. Okay, I think he's just... Okay. Wow, I don't know what in the world this is. Where'd he call it at?
Corner. I believe it.
He called it where?
Well, you got me. He called it into the, there, in the corner. Come on.
He's trying to make this ball forward. It has to go in between all of the balls. That's a chance. Wow, what a shot. Oh, my gosh. I just can't. Oh, my God. That might be the best shot I've ever seen in my life.
That is all time from Chris Melling.
Oh, my gosh. And he made 2 shots. He made the first, the run out. He clipped the first ball, come over and kissed the 13, and made the 5, or whatever that ball was. Then, the next one, he had the long masse. Then he got it. Oh, man. That's
and look, even his opponent, Mika Emini, this is all or nothing here. This is the winners on to the final 16. The losers out without a paycheck. And even his opponent, Mika Emini, is so impressed he came over and shook his hand.
Hey, we're going to watch a highlight reel here, okay? He clips this one. This is to start the rack. Dead hooks himself. Okay, here's the next one.
It's not going to come out.
Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable right there. Okay, now here we go.
This is insane.
Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable. I tell you what, I might kill myself if somebody made that on me.
How did he do that?
Oh my gosh, I still can't get over that. You might show that 50 more times. That'll be the highlight one tonight on Facebook.
What was that all about? That was sick. Tell us about it.
Well, I think I hit 3 of the greatest shots. I think.
Yeah, that rack was out of sight.
Well, I was in a bit of trouble. I wasn't sure what to do, and I knew if I didn't play a kind of a safety and an attacking shot, I was in trouble. So I've called the ball. I have actually tried to make it because I know I can make the 2 ball over the corner. And as soon as I've made it, I've left myself snookered, so I've had to swerve it, make that.
The swerve was insane.
And then obviously I've played the 4 railer. I mean, a lot of people, if you was playing a normal tournament, a lot of people say that's lucky, but it's call shot. So I've called the pocket, and obviously it's going to take some beating for somebody to beat that.
Come on, I mean, how many times you think you try that 100 times? How many times you make that shot?
Probably about 99.
I like that. That's why we like watching you, Chris. You're so confident and daring.
No, it's probably a 1 in a 40 shot, something like that. But obviously at the time I had no option. I could hardly reach. I'm only 5'7", so I couldn't reach the ball over the pocket, and I was dead straight. So I thought the only option I've got, and I actually looked at 2 shots previous, because that ball didn't go in any pocket. So I thought the only pocket it will go in is that corner, and obviously that's where it went.
Well, I think, as you said just before you came on this interview, that doesn't sell the game. Nothing will. I think already this is an internet sensation, that shot. And I mean, I guess you're looking forward to going back and reviewing that one, aren't you?
Yeah, hopefully that'll put me sponsorship up a little bit now, having to play that. And obviously, I mean, there's so many great players who are playing, and a lot of them can play them shots, but obviously for it to happen at that moment in a match, it doesn't happen very often.
Okay, so we have 2 internet sensations now in pool. Naoki Oi with his crazy interviews, and Chris Melling with his shots from another universe. So congratulations on the shot and the victory.
Thank you very much.
What's good, folks? Hey, listen, it's no need for me to over-talk none of this. You want to talk about something that's super easy and delicious? Listen, I'm going to show you guys just how easy it is to make. I don't know how else to say it, but sesame chicken. Let's get it. Okay, so look, let's go ahead and go over these ingredients, right? As you can see, look, we got chicken, we got flour, cornstarch, we got water. Now, as we pan over here to this side over here, you're gonna see we got some more water. It's gonna be in 2 different parts. Hey, what I'm gonna tell you is, listen, after you look at all of these ingredients, if you guys want to get the recipe and everything, it'll be down in the description box below. You know what? I usually make a cut right here, but we finna just get right into this, right into it, right? So look, get yourself a bowl. You got that? Look, I'm gonna start by just putting my water in. What we're gonna do is we just gonna start with our sauce, right? Add my sugar, then I'm gonna come with my vinegar, soy, and the last thing I'm gonna add is my cornstarch, right? Now just go ahead and just whisk this up. Now look, we're gonna set this to the side once we're done, and then we're gonna, thicken this up a little later, but we wanna get this out the way right now. Okay, so look, you can see I exchanged out my board, you know what I mean? Because we finna cut the chicken down, right? These have been trimmed pretty much, they okay. Look, I just wanna cut these down. I'm gonna cut these down in 1-inch strips, right? And then I'm gonna cube them. Now something like this, you just wanna cut it like this. And the purpose of this is you want them all to cook at the same time, right? Okay, so look, what you can see right there, look, I've already cut that down. Both of the breasts are done. Now you want to get yourself a bowl. Now this bowl right here gonna serve a purpose only because I want the egg white out of here only. So let's go ahead and get this going. And now let's get the egg whites going. Okay, so we got our egg whites, right? Now I add my water, flour, cornstarch, and this right here, you know what, just to consolidate some of my bowls, I got baking powder and salt. To twist it up just a little bit, we're gonna go ahead and add just about a teaspoon of this extra virgin olive oil. Now we whisk. Okay, so we got our frying batter together. Now we come back to our chicken, right? I put on a pair of gloves because look, your hand's gonna get messy. You just wanna go ahead and put some of this in here like that. I'm gonna start off by just moving this around. Really doesn't make no difference. And now that I'm doing it, I'm feeling like, hey, this was an unnecessary utensil to be used, right? Reason being, I gotta reach in here anyway and get them. Now, you see that right there? That's cool like that. Now, I already got my oil, which I'm using vegetable oil. I brought it up to 300, I got it, it was at 355 when I checked it with my, my gauge, right? So now I'm just gonna take it like this. Now that's up to you guys how you wanna do it. I don't want to keep separating them, so I like to put them in like this and just put them in, away, and I like to do them separately. Okay, so you can see, look, this is the last of my batch, right? Look at this right here. Ah, yeah. Now I already turned my fire off, but I want you guys to take a look. Let me just put it right here so you can see it. And I want you to listen to this. Didn't I tell you it was gonna be crispy? Okay, so look, you can see all of my oils going, right? What I did was I reduced it. I doubled the recipe, you know what I mean? Just so that I can make my sauce. So what I did was right here, I went with 4 tablespoons of, our cooked, I just call that our seasoned olive oil, vegetable oil, right? So now, obviously you just saw me load up my press. Go ahead and add this. And then you want to hurry up and move it because I'm a little bit on the warm side. You just want to do it till it get like this right here. It's getting real fragrant. That's nice. Now I'm gonna take my whisk. You remember this? We made it earlier. We're just gonna add it in. Now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna cook this down, let it reduce, thicken up. Once it thickens up to our liking, we're gonna go ahead and add our chicken back into this right here. Hey, so I want you guys to take a look at that. When you put that heat under the bottom, look, that cornstarch that was in there, you can see the way it's thickening it up. That right there is what you wanna see, folks. You just wanna remember to get your whisk and keep going. Now, this is what you gotta learn. And this only comes with time. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my fire now because I don't want it to get too thick, right? So now I remove my fire from underneath and I just stir it like this and I let it settle. Once I quit seeing the bubbles, I know it's about ready. And then as long as I talk and there's some heat under here, it'll continue to thicken. But this right here, folks, look at this. It don't look like it's much right now. It don't look too thick, but I promise you, by the time I put everything in there, watch how I coat this chicken. So just making sure I got my thickness to my liking. I don't want it to be too thick because I got a lot of chicken and I want to coat it all. You know what I mean? So what I did was I turned my fire back on just for a hot second, just to bring it to a boil and stop. But this right here, hey, I want you guys to take a look at this. Is a little bit offbeat, but look at this pan. Look, nothing sticks. Man, if y'all can't, if you don't have none of these, you know what I mean? We got to do what we got to do to get them. This is really a pan that I stand behind. You know what I mean? Look, you just take this, nothing sticks. Look how this spatula just runs across it. Okay, so I got my desired thickness, right? This the texture I like. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and just add my chicken in here like this. Now look, I'm gonna tell you this because when I first started making this, I wouldn't put all of the chicken in and try to do it in batches. When you do it that way, you might run out of sauce, right? So just go ahead, put it all in here like you see I'm doing now. Look, this is a real pro tip. You think that it'll help, but it doesn't. Right? We take that, get yourself, you know, a spoon, you know what I mean? And now you just want to go ahead and just start coating them, you know, and let it just coat all over. It almost looks like orange chicken, but I promise you, it's got a different taste. And this right here is fire. You can see how big I made these. You guys can cut your chicken strip, your chicken pieces or bites down in any type of way that you would like, to any size, but I want you to take a look at that right there. If that don't save money, I don't know what does. Hey, one of the best things about, me cooking, we call this chef's choice. I get to dig in, eat first, and pick the premium piece. You see this right here? Look at that. I want you guys to, you can look at it and see how it coats it, how it sticks to it. Hey, the sauce is made right. Now, let me get some rice.
Like you have no options. I ain't take your options. Nah, I'm not the problem. Man, that's on you, yeah.
Okay, so you seen it all go down. What you don't see right now, like at the bottom of the pan, I got a little bit of the extra sauce. What I did was I took my spoon right here, because you know what? I like to have that sauce on my rice too. And everybody always tell me they like to have a little extra gravy. So there, we got a lot of sauce on the back end back here, right? So I feel like I'm rambling, talking way too much. Let me just go ahead and throw this away. And check it out, folks. We finna, ooh-wee. Ain't nothing like having good cooked rice, you know? Get a little chicken. Ooh, cheers, y'all.